State contractor they work for rainy season. Government say after the rainy season, hey, this one don't shock. Some people don't spend like 5 hours for a year. Welcome. Oh. Don't shock. Oh. But government don't tell us say make we get patient after the rainy season. Ah, road. Why this one be like this? Be say the Benin Lagos Express Road. Now of your river don't shock, don't block. Hey, where those state government wants see money to do this one? And then for Upper Siloko Road, near Oku Junction, the road don't block because of that new Lagos road by that of your bridge. Oh God.
Hey, what's you do?
Not clear.
What's you do?
How many hours you don't spend here?
About like 3 hours.
3 hours?
30 hours. 30 hours.
Government say after rainy season, contractor will come.
Who's after rainy season? Wait till be rainy season, eh? Wait till be after rainy season.
I say after rainy season.
Who's after rainy season?
That's not government talk.
You know something they suffer for here? You know something? That's why your low sound. See, it's around 12. They road for here. Wait till they happen. Customer don't call. Wait till.
After rainy season.
Who's be after rainy season?
Contractor no dey work for rainy season. But this road don't get us a bill. Don't show. How many hours you don't spend here now?
3 hours.
3 hours.
And I'm heading to Port Harcourt like this every day.
Are you there? Go Port Harcourt. Don't cast though. Hey! Hey! I won't beg those state government. Since I don't tell those people say after rainy season, contractors. Are they for Upper Siloko Road for Via? Are they for Igbo Shodi? From here, you dey go Bazua. From here, you dey go Igwarake. From here, you dey pass and go Kada. From here, you go pass and go Agbeta. Who te say Agbese? Who here? Huh? From here now to New Road now. You see why you dey see all this motor now? Now that new Lagos road they be the pass. But that of your river, that place don't spoil. It don't block. FEMA. For the past like 3, 4, 5 years now they tell FEMA, that of your river, they need to reconstruct and redesign them again. From the slope to the hill. But as that place don't shock now, vehicles when they come from Ondo, when they come from Lagos, when go carry Sansan, when go carry Quarry, they don't care where they go pass for that Benin Lagos Expressway because that of your river by that bridge, it don't shock. That's all of them they pass here now. Contractor not they work for rainy season. Contractor not they work for rainy season. Contractor not they work for rainy season. Government say after rainy season, contractor they go mobilize, contractor make they come.
You good, you be comedian.
Welcome, Oga.
How is everything?
Hi, everybody, how the journey now? Government, we don't go meet government concerning all this road. They say after the rainy season, they go mobilize contractor. May they come to all this road. Say this rainy season, contractor not they work for rainy season.
Okay. So more with the manager must we see him now.
After the rainy season,
the road will be put in back.
Contractor will come on site.
Okay.
I don't go meet them, I don't ask them, I don't tell you, I don't meet them, I don't tell them. I be government, that's all I tell me. That's why they tell them because many of the drivers that they complain. We don't go meet government. Government say after rainy season. How the journey now? Welcome. Where are you coming from?
I'm coming from Lagos.
And you are going to where?
I'm going to Enugu State.
Like how many hours do you spend here now?
We don't spend like 4 hours for this traffic.
It surprise you?
It surprised me. We go to Ovia. Ovia is blocked. No road for Ovia. We from there don't come back. We enter this one. People wait Ovia like 6 hours. They don't fit go. People travel to far place. Ebonyi State, Abia State, Calabar, Uyo. Far away journey. We there for hold on for Edo State. Everybody complains that Edo State 9 was passed.
You know if you talk like that.
For the Nigeria. Sir, now that's what we are seeing. We have been suffering. We travel to many states. I work with Geo Transport Company. We travel to many states. In Edo State, we suffer a lot. Go to Awuchi Road.
We don't go meet the state government. State government said the contractor say no go fit come work for rainy season. After the rainy season, before contractor fit come.
But they are doing the same work in Ogun State with the rainy season. Inside the rainy season, Ogun State is working. They are doing the work, constructing the road in Ogun State. Even with
Where motor where you enter? Where motor?
Today, 18 seater, 18 two-seater. 18 seater, we don't climb us today. Trailer for about 2 trailer for front. See we. I want to go inside bush. Oh, now go and help us today. What's today? And I thank God for the God for us. And I tell our government for us. See what I want to go do for us today. What's no God for us today?
When motor run in that bush because of trailer.
For front.
Yes.
I want to go 18 seater.
Oh, fear motor there. Now fear motor we enter. Now fear motor we enter. The motor run in that bush.
For this
trailer.
This road so.
Now if it's go in front you go see am.
Trailer get back.
Go fear us today. We beg the Edo State government. Make they do something abeg. Abeg we dey beg.
They go do our for us.
Waiting they happen soon.
Now waiting they happen. Now waiting they happen. Now waiting they happen.
Now deputy, now he come from here. Another local government chairman come from here. Another House of Assemblyman, he come from here. House of Rep, he come from here. Only this of here, they not fit work. Why?
After rainy season.
Where will they go? Wetin make you come pass here? Wetin make you come pass here?
No, because road no good. No good. Deputy Governor Nairobi this Dennis. Nairobi this.
Every person they look for alternative route to take enter inside Benin. So because of the road was shook for that Benin Lagos Express Road by that Via Bridge, that's all the vehicle now they come pass here now.
International 3 goes out for Inside the Matter properly.
Hey, whoa.
This lovely evening on top of 92.3 FM. Now you can listen to the voice like this, and the program now Rush Hour will be say like this. It concern me, concern everybody, concern you. Will they listen to us right now? Yeah, wait till they listen to us. Yeah, no go pay.
Waiting they happen.
I pledge to Nigeria, my country, to be faithful, loyal, and honest, and to serve Nigeria with all my strength. That's so it's supposed to be. Citizens of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, anywhere you do for Nigeria and outside Nigeria, they watch us for ITV, they watch us for Facebook, for TikTok, for YouTube, and then for Upper Siloko Road. Upper Siloko Road. Last week when I did here, you know if we pass here. Last month, you know if we pass here. People come they talk. Where those state government? Where those state government? when the governor of Edo State, when the deputy governor of Edo State. However, and then for Ovia, and then for Upper Siloko Road, if Benin Lagos Expressway blocked by that Ovia Bridge, this now the alternative where you go pass enter Benin City. And then with the contractor, palliative, we need to monitor them. I want to thank Edo State government, led by distinguished Senator Monday Bawolo and the Deputy Governor of Edo State, aka Denko. People don't too talk, oh. People don't too talk, oh. But the people are very happy because you talk say after rainy season contractor go come, but this one na palliative. Work is going on. We dey monitor the project back to back. And then for Upper Siloko Road by Goshodi. From here you go pass and go Gobazua, go New Road, go Okada, go Ogbese, go Uhe, go Igwayake. That's all they do now. When I dey here last week, people they spend 5 hours here. And they monitor the projects. And they monitor the project. Now palliative after rainy season, contractor will come to the asphalt. But remember to feed the person. The work is going on. Drop your comments. Shut them. As of last week, you know if you pass here. 2 months ago, you know if you pass here. 3 months ago, you know if you pass here. 4 months ago, you know if you pass here. When I come here last week, today's last week when I come here, everywhere shock. But the contractor they dey on site now to make sure say they do palliative. Oh my body that they shake. Upper Siloko Road. People don't talk about this road though. Social media go they talk. Different people go they talk. But we're there here now. I pledge to Nigeria, my country, to be faithful, loyal and honest, and to serve Nigeria with all my strength. That's so it's supposed to be. I pledge to Nigeria, my country, to be faithful, loyal and honest, and to serve Nigeria with all my strength. As they don't do the road palliative now, okay, citizens of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, you know, say 1 week ago, I come this Upper Siloko Road, where it's shock. People they spend like 4 or 5 hours here. But as we talk, we don't say, Edo State government now, don't send contractor come now, they can do some palliative. You know, say when road block for New Lagos Road, now yeah, welcome. Wait. You know, say we don't shout tire. As they don't do the road now, palliative measure. Palliative.
Oh, we dey happy now. We dey happy, small. That's small process.
Deputy governor. Who call me the governor, say people they cry for this place.
Last so.
After the rainy season, contractor will come.
We'll try.
So now you want pass so?
Yes, sir.
You know you want pass so?
Yes, sir.
Welcome, sir. Welcome. So, I said 1 week ago, when I come here, trailers, vehicles, that they spend like 5 hours here, 4 hours here. This place now, therefore, Upper Siloko Road by Igwoshodi. You know what's this place now? Trailers, vehicles, that they spend like 4-5 hours here. You know if we pass here, people come to shout. I come to talk, say government say, contractors say they not go free work for any season. But state government say they not go free wait. Then they quickly say contractor come do some palliative measure. Huh? Say that motor go feed the pass them. Now,
Nana Dennis Okwebolo they try.
Wait.
Nana Dennis Okwebolo they try.
Deputy governor.
Yes, Nana they try now. Before this road not be pushed with the pass. No, it's not trying. It's not our person. It's not our person.
You not go feed pass this road as a last
Don General.
Deputy governor.
We don't get US more. If at all, we don't get US more. I suppose you do like this is there. For not they complain. God go bless them. Messi finish the road because from here God go say not good though. Now manage the manager.
Before like how many hours did they spend here?
Before we spend like 3-4 hours just to cross from here to this journey here. But now as you do now, you see they okay. Thank God though. May God bless them.
CSO.
Don General.
Welcome, okay. You know if you pass here as a last week, now that they shy way governor, way deputy governor now say, may they come to this palliative for how you see them now.
No, they try. We really appreciate. Like on Sunday we pass, I saw the deputy governor here himself. I parked my car there, then I used to go church because the road don't let us pass at all. But at least we thank God.
Like 1 week ago, we will not fit pass them, but government don't come do palliative measure. Now you find a complaint that they say yeah, don't get as a B. But the government say they don't do palliative now, so they'll not fit the pass them now.
Yes. It just clear like this for this rainy season. But when it pass this time, make they do them.
After the rainy season, contractor they come.
Contractor they come, abi?
Yes.
Kudos to them.
They don't do this palliative now. How it be now?
It's sharp.
Before like how many hours if you spend here?
Sometimes, not be even the hours, so it dey kill most of our tires. Both the trucks and any motor where they pass, both small motor, they go they pass back. That back not even good before. It not even good again now because of the rain and when motor cut to the pass am. What they mostly cause that hold up that when accident happen for express for that side, now make am.
Thank you.
Welcome, Baba.
When Ofla Bridge block for Benin Lagos Expressway, the only alternative to enter Benin are here. They are happy now. Now here I did last week, oh. Now this place I did last week everywhere shock, oh. I want to thank Edo State government, led by His Excellency, distinguished Senator Monday Pawolo, and Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, aka Denko, the Deputy Governor of Edo State. Now, in constituency be this, but I say no, if you wait, people don't do the complain. Yeah, be the shock, but they don't do some palliative. Okay, welcome. As last week, they complain, say, yeah, don't kill your motor, As they don't do palliative here, now, I be now.
It's okay. It's okay now. It's okay.
Especially this market women, they go they complain. Odema. But at least they don't speak.
It's okay now. It's okay now.
Governor Yai, Deko.
Deko Yai.
Move.
Ọ̀pá ló ti gbọ́ bá sùn wà ó dọ́.
Ọ̀wẹ́ kékeré lọ.
Ọ̀pẹ́ ìwọ̀ ẹ̀ wà bí kí wọ́n ní wá sí kọ̀ wá.
Ọ̀fẹ́ wait. You yourself know say as a last week you know if you pass here oh.
Yes.
I be now.
Good morning. It's very good. I'm from Akwa Ibom.
From Akwa Ibom?
Yes.
And you dey pass here every time?
I dey pass here every time.
Motor go dey break down here, they spend 4-5 hours. Now we come cry go meet governor and deputy.
Very well.
They can't do some palliative.
They have tried a lot. Greetings. Respect.
Boom!
Africa.
Hey! Applause to Nigeria, my country. If you calculate them now, 1 week, when I come here, all your shock, trailers, vehicles, they not fit pass here. then they break down. We call a call on the Edo State government. We call a call on Senator Monday Bawolo. We call a call on the deputy governor. Say people for this upper Siloko road, because once that Benin Lagos Express road blocked by that Ovia River, the alternative road now here. But from here now you go access Igwaraki, Igwabazuwa, Ogbese, Okada, from here to New Road. You understand? But we want thank God now for this palliative where they don't can't do so.
Rush hour. I said, who go pass here? Now they go no be that thing. In your own road.
Yesterday, I saw him with my two naked eyes like
Deputy
this.
Governor.
Yes, Dennis Idaos, our deputy governor. The only thing when I want to tell them, say, may they try their best, may they make sure say they do drainage for this place. Not be only to tire, because if you tire, my brother, you not do drainage, you not survey the situation when water go take come up for here. Now the same position where we dey now will still dey. Make the channel from here to Ovia River.
But this palliative now it makes sense.
It's okay.
I told not bad. Market women traders now they complain. How the road be now?
It's okay with that car like that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Doji!
Move.
Doji!
I said last week when I tell here, you know if you pass here. You know say last week you know if you pass here.
I don't not be only last week. Since the beginning of this rainy season. We not see anywhere pass for here. See where we go they pass inside forest. You get one day I go jump kidnapper for inside. Since that day.
I be now.
It's manageable for now.
I turn I'm bad pass.
Yes, now be bad market.
When I come here last week, people spend like 5 hours here.
Me spend more than 5 hours.
This kind of your motor not pass here.
Not be pass and inside bush with the
pass. No, but people, this kind of motor as last week enough it pass this kind.
Enough it pass. Now inside forest with the pass. See the corner with the back of this upstairs. Now they will they follow. Swam. If you know where you are staying strong, you carry you enter Banga farm. For now it's better. How are you?
I want to thank the Edo State government for this palliative. As an area journalist,
waiting they happen.
Now waiting they happen. Now waiting they happen. Now waiting they
Who be this man? You don't know say last week. Who be this man? You know if you pass here last week. Now you dey shout where them go. Now here deputy governor from come. Now here they pass every day.
What do they talk so? The man speak well and the man do well. If now let this one he do, it's okay.
No one face this side. Come.
I say, Delco himself, he don't try. If now let this one he do.
Face this side.
Yeah, my brother, I don't understand you.
You said
why
Delco.
you turn my
Sorry.
I don't tire for this man.
My eye they told me.
I said Delco do well. My brother, if you reach here before you go wrong.
Hey.
You go wrong. As I enter here, so I say, my brother shout, say, what did they happen here?
We thank God, though, so they rescue us.
Now God go bless her. God go give them more power, more lawless. May they tell they do the work
more
for
wisdom.
us.
Amio.
I pray to God.
They say after rainy season, contractor can't do away.
No, never pull for that one. Now the one we see first.
As this one we see now, we get joy. We get joy, Don G. If I say, that one day we come for Kada. That no one someone pass that corner, my brother. Not be smart, yo. My motto. Now push, now we push. The motto dey mechanic workshop now. Boss when I carry passenger.
How the road be now?
We thank God. Say
I tell
our governor.
Let it hear.
He be like say the junior one go beg Baba say come here because we don't to crack for this road. God so kind, he come to our rescue. I just come day before he now say this place which kind of magic.
The deputy governor I call supervisor himself.
That is the thing. We are very, very grateful for him. Now then, my place be that. Now my hometown, I be that. Now there me they go now like this. So, jungle, like this, fire down.
Clear.
I greet you.
So the
Don't do.
See anywhere there.
Don't
be now.
We dey happy now. Before, the way this road be, is not motorable, is not measurable. Everywhere, maga, spoily. The road is not just good before. It to cut this and a wahala. Go be like say one carry machine put for head take cross this place.
Happy now.
But now we happy now. I told I back. Now I am told and we happy.
Okay.
Now.
Okay.
We happy.
Thank you.
Everywhere good.
Thank you. You are happy now.
Yes, I'm very happy.
Once the people voice, the suffer when I suffer here, last week, last 2 weeks, last month.
Rush hour. How you doing now?
Last week you know if you pass here.
No, I know.
Last week you know if you pass here.
I know. So they be a person. I passed on last 2 weeks. It's very, very rough. What up? We spend about 3 hours, 4 hours for here. For last week Wednesday. Trailer said the hook for here. Talk less is more motor. So I even say one sleep that very day. But we are very happy to see Deputy Governor Citra still do here for the letter they use. We are happy.
We have seen the palliative. I was one of those people that came here to ensure that this road went viral on social media. You can see my video. They are there on social media. So I came back to town yesterday. I saw that they have done some palliative. I saw it on the media. I came here. This is quite commendable that at least it's motorable for now. So we are waiting for the dry season. And this road is a dualized road from Upper Siloko. It ended in Ego right now. So we are appealing to the state government that they should dualize this road to the stretch of Okada Junction, Igwabazua and all that. It's an appeal. That is why we voted for them. And we want to thank the governor too and the deputy governor for hearing our cry. I came here. I went on an interview with some other media groups. It went viral on social media. Thank you, sir.
Hey! I said last week, last month, you know if you pass here, this trailer, now if you pass here. Check, you know if you pass here. Since then, you know if you pass here.
For where the road not good though. No good area.
I be now.
You see the small.
At all.
We see thank God.
At all.
We see thank God.
I pledge to Nigeria, my country. This one are just palliative. Because the state government talk say, contractors say they're not going to work for any season. But people can't they complain. They spend 4 hours, 5 hours here. Can't they ask it, what did they happen? Social media, they cry different. I be now.
Everywhere good.
At all.
Not bad.
Before you know if you pass here.
Not lie you. Not happy and now they follow.
But now it don't clear. For the past 3 months now, happy and you they go they pass. Yo, they say wait deputy governor. Now we go call deputy governor. They say after rainy season contractor go come, but they won't just do palliative. How you see them now?
This palliative better be good, but the thing is, I made them carry that big caterpillar. They mash them again, so that all those people used to go inside ground.
Governor. As a last week, you know if he pass here. As a last month, you know if he pass here. As a 3 months ago, you know if he pass here. But how you see this palliative now?
Today now, at least they try for us. They try. God bless them. If government are doing like this, we must love it. When we're not good, at least they will try to do it a little. We know that this is rainy season. Before dry season, before they will continue. But what this work, this palliative work done, at least we clap for them.
Thank you. Na palliative o.
Waiting they happen.
Now waiting they happen. Now waiting they happen. Now waiting they happen.
ITV, certainly the best.
Joining us on this week's edition of the program, Icons. Icon is a program designed where we showcase individuals and personalities who have made a mark in their chosen profession. And so you learn from their story to enhance your productivity, your efficiency, your effectiveness, and your output generally. The program was designed to ensure that we give value to life from the experiences of those who are contemporaries, those who have gone ahead of us to achieve so much in the society. And I'm Sonny Duke Okosun, your host on the program. My guest is Chief Henry Iyobosa Legema, the iconic Legema, I must say. Good to have you on the program. Good to have you on the program. All right, let's look at how the industry has evolved over the years. What used to be in the days of yore, not happening anymore. But if you were to do a comparative analysis between what you used to have then and what we have today in terms of revenue streams, in terms of technology and all of that, what would be your key assessment points?
There's been a drastic, I would say, improvement commercially. But there's been a deliberate drag back on professionalism, you know. But for who I am, it is not the monies that we can make that is my drive. My drive is my passion for the craft, you know. So I don't look at what we can make first. But there is no show without the business. That's what it's show business, isn't it? So comparing then and now, professionally it was better then.
Financially it's better today.
Now, you know. And our people are beginning to realize that the act is not for dropouts or for, you know, the never do wells, you know. And I think we are beginning to get our opportunities when necessary and when it's important.
How is the industry responding to technology, particularly streaming platforms, and then some of the latest innovations in terms of equipment quality and all of that?
If you don't embrace it, you die. You know, so it's our oxygen. You know, that's what we have. That's why it was quickly embraced, and we're all, you know, actualizing, you know, the new things we're learning. You know, there are SEMP, for instance, is organizing the relevance of AI to filmmaking, and AGN has done something like that. You know, all the kids they are doing, they're, you know, integrating and reorientating our people in the new terms for the craft. You know.
So who would you say are your greatest motivators, your mentors in the industry, people you looked forward to both locally and on the international stage?
I don't have anybody internationally.
Is there a reason for that?
I'm a complete Benin man, my brother. I'm 101% Benin man, and my craft is my craft, not Oyibo craft. If you see my style, my craft is not tainted by any influence, especially Oyibo influence. You know, I am first of all a Nigerian, and I try to. If I can't tell my story by myself, who will tell it for me? You know, so as for people I've looked at, my role model, so to speak. The first one will be Akin Kiru, late Akin Kiru, Yoruba man whose mother was Obamedu. One of the finest actors I have ever seen in my life. He was in that great Lambodo. He was one of the artists here who represented our state in the team and I was in that same production, but as a page boy. In 1977.
Wow.
You know, Akin Kiru was one of the greatest actors Nigeria ever saw. Then, of course, Sam Loco. You know, and O.J. Ben, Cleophas Elegon, Ami Wu's father in Port of Life.
Okay.
Those were thespians, my brother. They ate, drank, lived, slept, drama. You know, even Felix Ogi, Kasma Suleiman, you know. Then in the nowadays, RMD, my contemporary, another fine actor, was here in Benin. My small cousin, Pedro Baseki, was an inspiration. You know, he was the first person who made me play a clown, a village jester in The Prince. Somebody was the prince. And it was the first time I was playing that kind of role. I never believed I could carry it. You know.
But he told me, "Pa, there is nothing you that I know cannot do." I said, "Clown, me." I've always thought myself a very serious actor. He said, "Pa, without knowing it, you are a comedian." You know, I was shocked at what I could, you know,
do with that character.
I was in a wild way for months, for weeks, shooting. You know, and you know, I think that was one of my best performances. I tell you, in this business. Then you may think Pedro Obaseki is a young man. He's done everything in this industry, everything. Even for his young age, he's achieved everything. One of the best directors. Look at his play, his film. I mean, Eziza. There is no film like that in this country, and there's never been, and I don't think there will still be. Only my film Ataparapa and Jurumi. I'm sure those are the ones that can.
That can match that,
if not better it.
Okay.
You know, with technology.
With technology now, yes. Which is available now.
Yes. You know. Then of course Lancelot. Boisterous young man, but he's a very together person. He loves his craft, and he does not shy away from talking about it, shouting from the highest mountains about it. You know. Otherwise, he's one of our best. And we have done well to support him. I think I've been in over 20 to 30 of his films.
Wow.
You know.
Wow.
And that is one way we can support ourselves.
Absolutely.
It's not the money.
Yeah.
It's not like me. I don't think, maybe 1 or 2 persons have paid me for acting for them. You know. I finish with you and walk away because I feel it's one way to encourage you. You know. It's not because I have too much, but it's one way. I didn't have anything to start this business.
People also supported you back then.
Yes. So I don't see why I should stress or strain your pulse to make you achieve what you want to do.
Okay. What would you say are those values? Some of them you highlighted, but I just want us to talk a bit more about those values and virtues that you held on to that has kept you thus far in the industry, which I believe strongly younger people, younger actors, actresses need to learn from.
The first thing first is know who you are and believe in you. That's one. It's like the foundation. Know the talent you have. Know, the strength of your talent.
Okay.
Then hone it properly. Because it's you. There shouldn't be shortcuts or cutting corners to it. You must go through the mill. That's the only way you can actually be, when they say wet your whistle, that's the only way you can actually clean your pipe. Or like cleaning your lungs for fresh and clean breath, Then 2, you must be dedicated to the craft. Otherwise it will leave you. It's like a guitarist will leave his guitar for 1 month. The guitar craft will leave you. To start again, you will learn, you start to learn
all over again.
That's how the act is. You must practice it every day. Whether you are alone, whether you are in a production situation. And don't let money be your focus. Don't let the glitz, the glamour be your focus. Otherwise you'll be a flash in the pan. It's like fashion. It has its season.
Yeah.
That's how it is. But if you are in for the craft, and you are an absolute practitioner of the craft, you may not have that kind of fame, but you will be there.
Consistently.
You will just be a necessary evil there.
I like that word.
People anybody who's coming to shoot anywhere will say, where is that leg? Well, because you have made yourself relevant. And don't ever go on set and be a problem.
What do you mean by that?
Some people come and they come with all sorts of excuses, especially if they are collected monies. He will know that he's having another shoot in 5 days' time.
He will collect the money.
He will collect the money, and 3 days to the 5th day, he starts to give you problem with, I'm not well, my mother is in the hospital. Those kind of excuses. You may get away with it first, second time. But you may not have another job from that city.
Because that would be people's perception of you, and then they use it against you.
So we try, we follow that, our slogan that says the show must go on.
Go on.
So whatever. I pulled a tooth. I pulled a tooth to go on the set.
Wow.
I was on set when my immediate elder brother died. I finished. I didn't talk.
That's commitment, dedication to the contract, to the craft, just like you said.
You know, and the minute you can have that dedication to the craft, the sky will just be your threshold.
Okay. As we round up now quickly, what should we expect from you? What do you have? Yes, in the pipeline. What are you doing? Do you still act? Do you still shoot? Do you still produce? Do you still direct? And when you look back, how many movies would you give credit to as your personal production?
Whoa. Movies. Maybe like my personal movies. Maybe like 47, 48.
Wow, that's huge.
Then I produced for others about 50 something.
That's huge.
You know.
That's
right
huge.
now, we are starting a new phase of filmmaking.
Why do you say new phase?
Because it's not what we have been doing or what we did before now. It's completing the movie and then animating the movies. You know, it's a new deal we are starting with the Chinese.
Okay.
And we are starting with our own stories, epic stories. You know, Joromi, Kwase, what do you call it? Atakparakpa, Ise Nazoloa, then Nekidi, you know, those
movies of way back, yeah.
You know, so that's what we are doing. All the scripts already. We are doing our creation artists and dotting our eyes.
Okay.
By tomorrow, Pedi is starting his own, the cartoon version of Ikoka. Tomorrow, you know, and I'm playing with him. You know, so
Okay.
he's the director. I'm just an actor.
Okay, in that sense.
But I'll be there tomorrow, and I think it will take some deal of this week for that.
Okay.
You know.
Okay.
So that's where we are. So right now, I have 2 films to release in the next couple of days.
Interesting.
You know, Mother Dearest and A Woman of Virtue.
You know, we're back to the theaters. I mean, the return of theaters.
Yeah.
How is that adding value to the industry?
Well, it should add value because it's a plus.
But it means that it looks like it's not adding value from that.
Because that's why I said we have no actors anymore. The crop of actors we have now don't know stage. And they are not interested because there's no glamour, there's no glitz. And according to them, no money. You know, so glamour, glitz, fashion, and money is their push.
Okay.
Only very few actors like myself, Tuti Negiabi, Rajo Sawaru, Uniso Morigi, Cliffy Benovia, Sonny Duboy, and a few others. Eli Abaseki, Jennifer Abaseki, you know, those are the ones who have the, you know, the drive for, or the passion for stage, you know. And of course, what do you call this girl? Peace Osawayi. Call them anytime. They prefer the stage to movies. Ameza Okpunu.
Okay.
You know, these are fantastic stage actors who are ready to work anytime.
Okay, but we've seen a lot of movies going to theaters, not necessarily the stage kind of theater. I mean, yeah,
theater.
Yeah, we've seen that. I mean, for a while, it was more of the stage, but we're seeing movies going to theater, people going. How is that adding value to the system today?
It's one of the distribution windows.
Okay.
For filmmaking.
Okay.
You know, and we have embraced that a long time. I have had 3 films that have gone to the cinemas and theater.
So how do you see yourself in the next 5 years, 10 years? So maybe if I ask this, how old are you today? Or are you,
I'm near 60. I'm near 70 than 60.
Wow, you don't make it more big. So what's the secret?
Just mind your business.
Wow.
Don't interfere in other people's matter.
Wow. No, if you tell somebody you're 50, I'm sure they'll believe you without even.
Well, don't reduce my market value. So let's keep it like that. You know. Yeah, so where do I see myself in another 5 years? I think I'm slowing down on acting. I want to concentrate on producing and directing. Okay. You know, and I'm not getting any younger. So I'll only be selecting roles to play these days. You know, I can't be playing all that daga I used to do. You know. So I play king.
No, you can still play Liverpool. I mean, with this look that you've got.
Well, it will be a one-off thing. I can't be. Nobody can call me a Liverpool anymore.
Anyways, it was a delight having you here on the show. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you. My guest has been Chief Harry Yobosa Legema, veteran Nollywood actor, producer, director, script writer, everything Nollywood. Hall of Fame Nollywood. Legend Nollywood. Former president of Association of Movie Producers in Edo State. Oh, still chairman. Okay, interesting. Anyways, thank you so much for the impact that you've made. We wish you the very best as you look to the next decade of your craft. Thank you. And that's our package today on the program, Icons. We hope you had a great time watching. Be sure to join us when we bring you a fresh episode of the program. And I'm Sonny Duke Okosun, thanking you for staying with us. Bye for now.
Ẹgbẹ́júwà. Ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Ẹgbẹ́júwà. Ọba àtọ́pẹ́ yìí.
The Ekoko masquerades from Ute village, whose cult is connected with Obaeware and his mother, Elere, appear on this occasion to bless the Oba. Ekoko is a ritual masquerade that dances to please the guests and the Oba.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
And sure, it's always an exciting time to have you join us on the program Healthy Living with yours sincerely, Oluije Oikoha. It's another time for us to talk health, another time for us to, yes, get to hear it from the horse's mouth and know where and what we ought to do at a particular time. All right, today on Healthy Living, we will be talking about 2026 World Hepatitis Day with the theme Hepatitis, Let's Break It Down. Yes, so there will be a breakdown of what hepatitis, what it is, the treatment, how one can actually know, oh, I'm down with hepatitis, and sure, knowing the different types of hepatitis too. And to do that, to talk on hepatitis is the person of Dr. Omo Okwasui Igbinosa. He is a senior registrar, gastroenterology, subspecialty department of internal medicine, UBTH. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
It's always a pleasure to have you with us in the studio.
Thank you for having me.
Now, World Hepatitis Day, hepatitis, let's break it down. I love the theme of this year.
Beautiful
the fact
theme.
that, yes, beautiful one. The fact that you, the theme has said, yes, let's go down to letting everyone know what it's all about, how it comes, and the treatment, and what the possible remedy of all of this. So first off, what is hepatitis?
Thank you once again for having me. Good day, our listeners. Hepatitis simply is infection of the liver. That's what it is, basically. And so a lot of things can cause infection of the liver. With drugs, infections, other illnesses that the person in the body may be in the body, but particularly we are looking at viral hepatitis, and precisely to go down to the very prominent ones that cause long-term problem, hepatitis B and C.
Okay. Okay, now when we talk about breaking it down, what are we trying to do as far as the theme is concerned? What's the meaning of let's break it down?
Okay, so breaking it down, it's divided into several aspects. Break it down to the fact that, one, we need to know that there's a viral hepatitis that could be detrimental to the health of we humans in the short and in the long term. Then also to know that, look, there are places where you can go to get tested. So you don't have to wait, fall sick, come to the hospital, and we'll not check for you to now know, or persons to know that they have hepatitis. But you should know that you could walk into specific places any time of the year and get tested. And so we break down the barriers of getting tested. We should also know that, look, by the time one gets tested and positive for whatever it is, hepatitis B, C, or whatever it is that the case may be, there are medications. The ones that have medications, the ones that we can take vaccines for, there are vaccines for them. Then, you know, there are advocacy. There's a place for advocacy to governments, to multinationals, to corporations, and to corporate bodies like ITV. You know that there's a place also for international bodies, the World Health Organization and bodies like that. That all of us have a role to play in making sure that everyone is aware, to the grassroots, aware of hepatitis. There is a place for testing, for treatment, for vaccination. There's a place for funding too, because of course things will not move unless money is involved. That's what it's all about.
Okay, now we're talking about the different types of hepatitis, but before we delve into that, a lot of persons, they actually don't know that they are down with hepatitis. So we'd like to know, what are the symptoms of hepatitis?
Okay, so for hepatitis, of course, this may also be seen in other health conditions, but generally, yellowness of the eyes may be the first thing that may come in.
Yellowness of the eyes.
Yes, and may get worse. What we call clinically called jaundice. Then the person may have itching on the body. So you see, somebody discovers all the body, the face, the hands, the legs, the trunk, everywhere it's scratching the person. The urine can begin to change color and become very dark. That's another thing that may be seen easily. Then there may be swelling of the legs, swelling of the stomach, what we call what people call the stomach, we call the abdomen. Then it could be scarifications, that's markings, vessels, visible vessels on the abdomen. The person may begin to lose weight. That's one of the things that may be seen.
Okay. Now, we're looking at this year, breaking it down. Now, if we want to check the statistics from last year to now, has there been a decline in the rate of persons coming down with either hepatitis B or C? Has there been a decline or still on the increase?
I would want to say that study from between last year and this year is actually not in the public domain. But what I can say categorically is that more persons are coming down with it. Of course, that's why we continue advocacy, whether on the days that we celebrate World Hepatitis Day, which is why we are here talking right now, July 28th every year. But we go out in the clinics, on the streets, in the churches, in the mosque, you know, on air, on radio, you know, everywhere to actually advocate for this. But it's actually still on the increase. Every year, an average of about 1.3 million persons come down with hepatitis worldwide. So it's actually still on the increase.
Okay, so how is transmission? How is it being transmitted from one person to another?
Okay, so I want to stick to hepatitis B and C.
Okay.
Because those are the major ones. Yes, the viral ones that are the main cause for concern. It's through transmission of body fluids. And this can happen either through sharing of sharps. And when I mean sharps, I mean blades, needles, in syringes. Then for those who go to the barbing salon, you know, the clippers are there. Then not so common is blood transfusion through surgeries. Those are other means. Then contact between male and female, sexual contact. That's another way.
Okay, now in what way can we say, it has gotten to the part that it can be treatable? Can hepatitis B and C be treated? Can it be treated? And if yes, at what stage will one say, this is beyond treatment?
Now, there's an acute phase for both of them. There's a chronic phase. Acute is a couple of weeks. For many persons, they might not, when the thing just enters the body, they might not be able to know that it's there. So, but for some, it's pretty obvious. They could also have yellowness of the eyes. They feel very weak, tired, maybe joint pains. They feel nauseated. They may actually be vomiting, and that phase seems to pass away. That's the acute phase. No, but in the chronic phase, you begin to notice that there's swelling of the abdomen, there's swelling of the legs, there's this itching of the body. The urine gets dark. You know, the face of the face becomes the cheeks get puffed out, and to an extent you feel that this person is doing very well, but there are changes going on in the body. The person starts emaciating, you know. Even by that time the tests are done for hepatitis B, there is no cure. What we do is that we run a series of tests more specific for the liver, and based on what we see, because there are guidelines for it, we can begin to manage year to year. However, for hepatitis C, good to know there is actually treatment for it. So what we do is that once because first of all, during the acute stage, the body may be able to fight the infection for a proportion of persons, but for most persons it may not. So by the time it becomes chronic, you know, for C we want to treat. We treat. Once we do our investigations and everything is in line that this person actually has hepatitis C infection, we go ahead and treat. And we have, from studies and from what's been happening, over 96% of persons who get treated get cured. And that's a good percentage.
Okay, now you're saying those coming down with hepatitis B is the case of management.
It's just management, yes.
Management.
Correct.
Then those with hepatitis C, it's constant treatment.
No. We treat. The good thing about hepatitis C, confirmed hepatitis C infection, we go ahead to treat 3 months. The only thing is that the medications are expensive.
So how does one go from hepatitis C to B? What's the relationship between these two?
Okay.
Because you're saying one is treatment, and once 3 months the person is okay. So how does one from C go to B? We need to understand all of this.
Okay, so let me say this. Somebody can have hypertension and have diabetes.
Okay.
They have different lines of management.
Mm.
The same thing with hepatitis B and C.
Okay.
Hepatitis B has its own, it's a viral infection on its own, though they're in the same family.
Okay, do they have the same symptoms? Do they get
They have the same
transmitted
symptoms.
in the same way?
The same way.
Okay,
Exactly the same.
so what's now the difference in both of them?
By the time we do investigations, we find out.
Okay.
Now, one of the things why we are so particular about hepatitis B and C compared to the others, because over a long period of time, if there are changes in liver and it's ongoing, it can some persons, a small percentage can end up having malignancy. That's liver cancers.
Okay.
And so we are worried about that.
Okay.
And so that's why when we find out for C, we have treatment for it to go ahead to treat. For B, we investigate and we follow up for life. Now, for those who are actually close contacts with especially B, we also investigate them. And once they are negative for hepatitis B, we ensure that they have vaccines. That's why there's a place for vaccines
Okay.
for hepatitis
Yes.
B.
Yes. That brings to mind how important is hepatitis B vaccine, and who should receive it?
Everybody, you know, once children are
cradle,
born from the cradle,
yes.
of course, there's this immunization we normally give.
Yes,
It must be completed.
So is it for life?
It's not for life.
Okay.
For many persons. So, but over time, as children grow, become teenagers, and become young adults, you know, the body immune system, that's the antibodies have been built up from the immunization in childhood could drop.
So at what age does that come down?
From teenage and above young adults.
Okay, so do we have like a booster dose?
Definitely, there are booster doses.
Okay.
But we advocate that go for testing, check the antibody titer levels. When they are low, below certain levels, is when we normally give booster doses.
Okay. Okay. So right now you're trying to say for those persons with B, it's something you go for constant, you know, treatment.
Yes. So once anybody is diagnosed with having hepatitis B infection and it's chronic, so we'll do investigation.
Okay, and it's chronic.
It's chronic.
Okay.
As I said, it's both. It could be acute or chronic. In the acute stage, we wait. Then we reinvestigate in another 6 months.
Okay.
After 6 months of being in the acute stage, it becomes, by that time, if the body doesn't take care of it, it becomes chronic. So it's either it's one or two ways. The body takes care of it, becomes negative, so the person doesn't have it anymore, or it becomes chronic. So once it's chronic, we start every 3 to 6 months, we do investigations over a period of time. After that, we cannot do it yearly, once we know that the person is very stable and okay.
All right. So can we say that if one can go for constant, you know, checkups and all of that, not even having the symptoms, like you did say, yellowish eyes, swollen legs, you know, itching around the body, maybe you just decide to say, okay, I want to go for general checkup. So if I want to go for a general checkup and I want to check for hepatitis B or C, now what should I tell the doctor I want to go for?
First of all, it's advocated that as adults, especially from the age of 40, we do yearly checkup. Okay, so, but if you don't fall into that category of persons who on a yearly basis do their medicals, you know, and you just want to do, you could go to specific places. I can tell you, like Center for Disease Control in UBTH. You could walk into the place in UBTH and say, I want to do investigations. There are baseline investigations that need to be done. There are about 8 to 10 investigations. Inside of this, retroviral screening is there, that's HIV testing is there, there's blood sugar testing, you do lipid profile, inclusive, do hepatitis B and C, it's part of it. So I can tell you about UBTH. And now, a lot of places, a lot of times when we go to the hospital for maybe for complaints and whatever, there are basic investigations that are done. In many places, hepatitis B and C are also being done. For pregnant women too, when they go for antenatal, it's compulsory that they must do. So of course, you might not need to just go. You know, you go to the doctor, you make some few complaints. Of course, it might be among what the tests, baseline investigations that will be done. But as you said, of course, you might just want to just run some tests.
Routine checks.
Routine checkup. You could just go and say, the doctor, I want to do tests, including hepatitis B and C. And of course, they could write for you. Even if you don't say that, they could write it, because those are some of the things we check in the body.
Okay. All right, if you just joined us, this is Heather Living, and we are looking at hepatitis. Yes, a whole lot of persons, they don't know that they are actually, you know, coming down with this ailment, and that is the reason why our doctor is in the studio for us today. Breaking it down, that is the theme of this year, hepatitis, World Hepatitis Day. Let's go on a quick short break. We'll be right back. All right, many thanks for joining us on the program Health Living, and we are looking at World Hepatitis Day, breaking it down, and that is the reason why we have Dr. Omo Okwasi here with us in the studio. Now let's look at mother. Now, can a mother transmit hepatitis B to her, her unborn child?
It's very possible.
Okay.
That's why during the antenatal stage, once they go for their clinic visits, one of the investigations that is done routinely is hepatitis B and C. Once it is detected that there is hepatitis B or C, in the mother, we want to follow up with our other investigations. Now, there are guidelines for it, which I want to bore our audience with, or yourself. We can decide to either retest or go ahead to start treating. So that by the time, especially when the viral load is very high, so by the time the baby is being born, the viral load is next to nothing. But we do this in the second and third trimester. For mothers, pregnant women, we have 3 trimesters. In the first trimester, that's when the baby is forming. We don't want to harm the baby in any way. So we always wait after the first trimester, second, third trimester, we investigate. And once there's a need to treat, we go ahead to treat. So by the time she's giving birth, the viral is very low and very minimal transmission to the baby.
Okay. So for those persons, that engage in tattoos, piercing, or medical procedures, so what are the, precautionary measures they can actually take to, to prevent hepatitis?
Even for piercings, I want to use the word abstinence. You don't have to get piercings. But if you have to get piercings, now like before, you go with your needles, or when you get to where you're going to do such procedures, they show you this is a new needle. It's a new, these piercings are new. You can open it up just to show you. And so after using it, they discard it. So that's one way. You go with your things you use, even for women who do their hair, go with your needle. For men who go to the barbering salon, you go with your clipper.
But the barbers, they will tell you, we sterilize, we burn, and all of that. How effective is this?
It's effective to an extent. Okay. I don't want to go into so much academic work, but hepatitis B is very infectious. So even if they do that, they might not be using the right equipment or using the right liquids. Let's put it like that. So it's better, it's safer to go with your own clipper.
Okay, now let's look at myths and stigmas concerning hepatitis. So what are these common things that we hear people talking about more often?
In fact, part of the break it down this year, it's actually concerning stigmatization. Yes. Now, you can hug anybody. You can hug those who have hepatitis B or C. It's not transmitted through sweats. Even though, of course, we know you can go through blood, body fluids. Mosquitoes cannot transmit it. Okay. Well, that's one of the common questions. Can somebody be bitten by a mosquito, then it can be transmitted? No, it's only malaria. Malaria is one of the things that mosquito can transmit. So there must be
handshaking.
Handshaking is not there.
What about sharing of food?
No, sharing of food is not there. It's not there. It's blood products, and most times it's either through sharps or through sexual contact.
Okay, now in all of this, what is government doing to help, spread the news concerning hepatitis B, especially to the rural area?
There's a unit in the Ministry of Health that is empowered to do this. And every year, as we go about doing our World Hepatitis Day, we actually test and we treat. Okay. We do advocacy. We collaborate with the Ministry of Health. And so they also provide kits. Several years ago, while we were collaborating, they brought kits, both for hepatitis B and C, and they brought other logistics to assist University of Benin Teaching Hospital, gastroenterology subspecialty, precisely in this fight against hepatitis. So, of course, government is doing their bits. We collaborate from time to time, and advocacy is actually key. Because a lot of people, once people come down and say, I didn't know, say, people don't talk about this. I say, we talk about it. We come on air, we go to churches, but we keep talking. We keep talking. And to know that everybody should get tested. As an adult, you get tested, you can walk into any facility and request for it, and once it's positive, you should be referred to the experts, and in this case, the gastroenterologist. And I am here representing the gastroenterology department of UBTH. We can follow you up, and the follow-up is for life. I was saying earlier that for hepatitis B, once the viral load is high, we must treat. So it's not in every case that we don't treat. There are certain cases we treat, and in treating, it's actually for life, but we must follow up for life. For
that the patient must always come for
follow-up. Yes, and once they start treatment for hepatitis B, it's for life. But for hepatitis C, it's for 3 months, and after that, we do tests to actually confirm that the person has been cured. And in most cases, they're actually cured from hepatitis C infection. So they can go about living their normal life.
So right now, persons watching us, what will you say to them? What's your advice as far as what Hepatitis Day is concerned?
Okay, so about hepatitis, let's break it down. There's a place for knowing your health status as it concerns hepatitis B and C and other viruses. And so you can visit any health facility, precisely the government-owned facilities, either the state or the federal government here in Benin City. And there's a place for vaccination for those who need vaccines. There's a place for treatments for hepatitis B and C as the need arises. And there's a role for not just the individual, the citizens, our governments, institutions, corporate bodies, and even the World Health Organizations in ensuring that, because the goal is that by 2030, viral hepatitis precisely should become a thing of the past, which we are working towards assiduously.
Okay, now before you go, we would like to also, want you to advise parents that have, relatives, kids that has come down with, especially hepatitis B. So what's your advice to them?
Go to the hospital. Don't go to traditional places. I'm not saying don't go to church to seek prayers from the man of God. That is good and fine. But go see your health practitioners, your health providers. And of course, once it's established, they are referred, because we have pediatric gastroenterologists. For children, they are referred to the pediatric gastroenterologists. Why for adults, they come to see us as adult gastroenterologists. And we'll take it off from there.
Okay. All right, thank you so much, Dr. Omo Kwasi. I'm very sure that we now understand the difference between hepatitis B and C. But just in case you just turned on your TV and you're wondering what are they doing in the studio, yes, we have been talking about World Hepatitis Day, breaking it down, and that is the reason why Dr. Omo Kwasi is here with us. Like he did say, hepatitis B, it's something that you need to come for treatment, and it's for life, right, Dr. Omo?
Yes.
It's something you don't have to just wait at home and see, oh, yes, we're waiting for a miracle. We know we all believe in miracle, but you have to also go seek the help of a doctor. And for hepatitis C, it's curable.
It's curable.
Just for 3 months.
3 months. But it's a bit expensive, but it was put resources together. It's better to be cured than to, on the long term, come down with liver cancer.
But the key is for you to always go for regular checkup. Correct. When you go for regular checks, you can just tell yourself every 6 months or every 4 months, I'm going to the hospital for a general check. And when you do that, early prevention can actually save a whole lot. So when you get these things checked on time, you can actually save your life to get healthy and to stay longer. So I want to say thank you so much, Dr. Omo Kwasi, for sparing our time.
Yearly checkup is better than doing every 6 months.
Unless, yearly?
Unless as requested by the
okay. So you can, maybe in December, you can go for your checks.
Yearly.
Okay,
unless we now see something and we now say, okay, go ahead. From time to time, we want to investigate and keep checking.
Okay. All right, thank you so much. It has certainly been an exciting time today on Healthy Living. But do well to, come again on your way next week, Monday, for another exciting time. For now, to have yourself a blessed day. Bye for now.
Top on the list of the initiates was the eldest son of the Esama of Benin and former governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakare Igbenedion. 11 of his siblings, namely Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osemwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osanwi Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osarene Igbenedion, Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Upuma Enes Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, Agbon Steve Igbenedion, as well as the Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ugbeide Nwonse. It was a vital aspect of Okada community's cultural heritage, which emphasized the significance of age, responsibility, and community service. Over 50 notable sons of Okada were also initiated. According to tradition and customs, those initiated, dressed in white traditional attire, were made to undergo some rituals, while the Odionwe pronounces blessings on them and assisted them to take a seat with the elders.
ITV, certainly the best.
Viewers, once again, we welcome you to Message of Islam, reaching you from Independent Television Benin. I'm your uncle Al-Aji Al-Amin Alao. Inshallah, today we have another very relevant to discuss. The country has been a country that has a lot of security challenges, and the security challenges are on the rise to the extent that every now and then human beings are being kidnapped, ransom demanded. Sometimes the victims are killed, sometimes they are named, sometimes they are raped. Now I want to look at the topic, importance of saving lives, because we have people who take steps to rescue the victims, sometimes at the expense of their own life. So we are looking at the topic, importance of saving lives in Islam. It's not limited to kidnap victims. How about the medical doctors who save lives? To take a better topic, I have with me in the studio, close to me is Ustaz Sani Abdulafiz. Assalamu alaikum, welcome to the program.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you.
And we also have in the studio this evening Al-Aji Professor Bunyamin Adi. Assalamu alaikum, welcome to the program.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Viewers at home, peace be unto you all.
Alhamdulillah. So we want to look at this topic, importance of saving lives in Islam. Particularly, we discovered that the last rescue mission that was successful, the Orire students and teachers that were abducted, those who went to save lives, some of them lost their lives. We want to look at, is it really worth it? What are the rewards you get when you rescue someone, you save someone's life, even if you die? Because so important of living lives in Islam. Now, what is life, and why is life important? Let me start with you.
Alhamdulillah, we give praise to the Almighty Allah. We ask for Allah's peace and blessings upon our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Every life in Islam is sacred. That is why Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran, وَلَا تَقْتُلُوا النَّفْسَ الَّتِي حَرَّمَ اللَّهُ إِلَّا بِالْحَقِّ, that you should not take the life which Allah has made sacred without justification. Every life is sacred, and so as such must be protected. Life must not be taken for no just cause. Allah says in the Quran that because of the incidents, after giving the account of how one of the sons of Adam alayhi salam killed the other, Allah gave a general injunction that we have made it a decree upon the children of Israel that whoever takes a single life, whoever kills a single person, it will be reckoned for the person as though they have killed the entirety of humanity. And whoever saves a single life, it will be reckoned to the person like they have saved the entirety of humanity. This is to say that every life matters. No life is less sacred than another. To the extent the Prophet ﷺ said it to the governors of the provinces in his time, that if you take the life of even a non-Muslim who is under the protection, who is under the covenant with the Islamic State, then this person is not going to smell the fragrance of the paradise. To tell you that every life matters. Islam respects institution. Islam believes that every way life is going to be dealt with must be according to the constituted authorities. No one is free to do what they like, to the extent that even when I am attacked, may Allah protect all of us, and I have the powers in my hand to do away with the life of another person, Islam does not permit me to take another person's life. The authorities, the government are in charge. But like the reference you are making about kidnapping and armed robbers, and then as well our medical doctors in the hospital, these are people on the two opposite sides. The ones that want to take life and the one that is there to save life. But at all of the ends, the kidnappers, they have taken into their hands that which Allah Ta'ala has prohibited. Don't take another person's life. Whether it's because you want money from them, whether it's because there is some position you are dragging with them, and you think that they are going to outsmart you, and because of that you want to do away with their life. It is not allowed to take the life of another person in Islam. That's why Islam prescribes that if a person takes somebody's life for no justification, if they are apprehended, they must face justice. And among the prescription in Islam is that whoever takes another life without justification, their own life should also be taken.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
So punishment for murder in Islam, unlawful killing in Islam, is death. We have countries where death penalty has been abolished, even in cases of murder. You cannot be more merciful than Almighty Allah, Almighty God, creator of the heavens and the earth. It is that seeming mercy that has led this country to these rising security challenges. For example, the Sharia of Allah, that is the law of God, as contained in the Quran, for the man who steals and the woman who steals, cut off their hand. That's what Allah said in the Quran, Quran 5:30. But we now say, oh, that is too strict. How do you cut somebody's hand for stealing? Now, you fail to cut the hand of the thief graduates to becoming an armed robber. He's now carrying guns. He's now killing. You now say, oh, because he's an armed robber, okay, capital punishment. Why now? From armed robbery now, you're going now to kidnapping, demanding ransom, killing people left and right. Now some states are now legislating that, oh, if they are caught now, we kill them. Why now? If we have followed the law of Almighty Allah from the beginning, cut off the hand of the thief. When it's coming, you identify him. Oh, it's a thief, oh, keep your hand set. There's a mark. There's a stigma on him. Now, according to you, Professor Budamin Aide, now, contrary to the misconception that Islam encourages killing, as you have in some quarters, he has just told us now that Almighty Allah is saying in the Quran, Surah to Maida, that whoever kills a soul, it's as if he has killed the entire humanity, and that whoever saves a soul, it's as if he has saved the entire humanity. And that even if you kill a non-Muslim with whom we have entered into covenant, Prophet Islam says that you, the Muslim who killed the non-Muslim with whom we have entered into covenant, will not smell the fragrance of paradise, despite the fact that the fragrance of paradise is perceptible from a distance of 500 years journey. Now, importance of saving lives in Islam. This rescue mission, the last one, we are told that some people lost their lives. Some of those who went to rescue the victims lost their life. What is the Islamic view on this? Is it worth it for you to take steps, saving another person's life and losing your own life in the cause? What is your reward?
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد. You see, life, as said by Malam Abdulhafiz Sani, is sacred. And we have to keep that sanctity of life, no matter what it takes, to keep the life of another person, or even our own life. Because God Almighty, when He created us, He did not call anyone to assist Him in the creation. And the same way as we do tell one another, when it is time for one to leave, God will not at any time seek the consent of someone to say this is the time this person will die. So as such, we have to leave God to do what he does, to do its work. Now, the saving of life in Islam is not something that we joke with at all. It starts from even seeing someone who is under stress, who is under serious problem, psychological, financial, or whatever. Because some of the problems that we do have in our societies today, some precipitate suicide. When you see someone that is gravitating towards that, it is your responsibility as an individual to find a way to assist such individual. That is one. Now that we have people that have been kidnapped who have fallen victims of the wayward ones in the society. It is the responsibility of the government to do the needful by way of rescuing them. And the government will not come to say this is the way we want to do it, except through individuals who have become, who are staff of the federal government, so to speak, particularly those that are in the security circles. And when one does that, when one gets engaged in that, the only reward for him will remain with God, because of the fact that it is not something that we human beings can quantify. Of course, in Islam, we know that when you do certain things, God always, as stated in the Quran, when you do one good deed, God will give you a reward of 10 for some, and there are some that attract the reward of 70, the reward of 700, and so on and so forth. But saving the life of another person is not something that you can quantify. You cannot quantify it in the sense of within the context of the Quran, because just as he mentioned, we don't know the extent of number of human beings that God created before us. We don't know the extent of human beings that he will create after us. So if God, in his infinite mercy, now says that whoever saves a life, it's like saving the lives of the entire generality of mankind. So it's not something that you can quantify. And the same way, if you harm a life, particularly pushing the person to extinction, automatically your reward also is not something. Even when they kill such individual, it doesn't take that killing him. It doesn't equate to what God already wrote for him, and that is why at all times we must not be object of precipitation of suicide thoughts to another person, either physical or psychological.
Thank you. Viewers, if you are just joining us, the topic we are looking at is importance of saving lives in Islam. I'm coming to you again, Ustaz Sani Abdul Hafiz. We do hear of martyrdom. First, Islam says that the martyr is forgiving all his sins except the debt he owes. Somebody who died as a martyr because of God. And listed categories of people, the way you can die as martyr. Provided the person is a believer in the oneness of God. If those who went on that rescue mission and lost their life, assuming they are believers in the oneness of God, and they died in that cause, have they not attained martyrdom? Please tell us more. Importance of saving life in Islam, or life in Islam.
No, actually, the responsibility to protect ourselves, protect our families, protect our properties, and everything that matters to us is an obligatory responsibility. It's not optional. And that's why the Prophet ﷺ in the Hadith, he says that whoever dies while struggling to protect his property, the person has died as a martyr. If you died struggling to save your family because of somebody who is attacking your family and you are defending your family against this attack, and because of that, you were brought to death, you are a martyr. If you die because you were protecting your faith, you are a martyr. So, the people that go for rescue mission, as we have it, the only condition is just for them to be people of faith. Those who believe in Allah, and they know that there is day of judgment. They know that their good works, Allah has promised He is going to reward them, just as the sins may be punished. So if a person has gone on such a mission, this is a noble cause. It's a noble cause that you cannot celebrate them enough. So Allah is, including them among the martyrs, if because they have to save another life, their life were lost. And that's why when things like that happens, if these kind of consequences amounts from the efforts of the security agents in trying to save citizens from the hands of kidnappers and other evildoers, if it amounts to they losing their life, government must properly really respect, honor, and protect the families of these people. So that if at all we cannot tell where they have gone after they have died, the families should not see their person as having wasted their life. I mean, the government should take responsibility to see that the families they leave behind, they are properly cared for. A person that's signed to be in the corps, in the security corps, I mean, to be part of the troops, either as an army officer, I mean, as a soldier, as a police, as a naval officer, whatever. All of these people, they have, it's a great commitment to say you are giving in yourself to serve the nation. So if there is faith and you are doing it, with due diligence to see that people's lives are actually protected, and because your life is lost, Allah knows better how to pay such a person. So that bravery is what Allah wants in us. That the criminals must not be allowed to lord over the whole place. Not until we are able to confront them headlong, they may continue to think that they are in charge. So I think we must give kudos to the presidency, the security agents, for the effort they did in the rescue mission for these children. And we pray Allah to continue to grant them success everywhere they are after these criminals. And may Allah bring them down on their knees.
Thank you very much.
No.
Yes. Importance of saving life in Islam. Topic continues. In fact, Allah said in the Quran that do not say that those who died because of Allah are dead. They are not dead. They are alive and well provided for by their Lord. And it goes on like that. So someone has made sacrifice. It's called the supreme sacrifice. Sacrificing his own life to save others' life. How many of us can do that? Almighty God says they are not dead, they are alive. Provided you believe in the oneness of God. You do not assign partners to God. Because when you commit shirk, you assign partners to God, it's a sin that God will never forgive you. And you abode. You eternal abode eventually will be hellfire. But if you are able to believe in one God, and then you make that sacrifice, you lost your life in the cost of saving another's life. Of course, the reward with Almighty God is so great. I'm coming to you again, Professor Bunamina. This incident, what are the lessons we can really derive from it? The rescue of these children. We are told that no ransom was paid, and we believed. Because if there was no exchange of fire, the rescuers wouldn't have lost their lives. We are told that some of the kidnappers were neutralized, that is killed, and while some were arrested alive. What are the lessons we can learn from this single incident?
Well, there are a lot of things to learn. One, we have to be conscious of our society, that the society is so porous, so polarized, to the extent that hardly do you would one want to believe the identity of the person sitting next to you. We have to be more security conscious. And the slogan of when you see something, say something. This is the time it has to be louder than ever. And our security agents as well, police, particularly those that are close to the grassroots, this is the time they have to be equipped more to be able to discharge their responsibilities. Because situations where we hear that the weapons that kidnappers, bandits even carry are more sophisticated than the ones that the conventional security agents carry. That does not speak well of a community that is conscious of a society, that is conscious of the importance of high level of security being given to the occupant, the inhabitants of every area. Equally, our government must also start thinking of extending location of security agents to even the rural areas. A situation whereby we just say, we put it on ratio, maybe one policeman to 4,000 persons. That will not work in this kind of situation again. If there is need for us to recruit more hands into the system, the government should be able to do that. And if there is if we can even engage the civilians, teaching everybody the basic knowledge of security. For instance, the National Youth Service Corps that we do, we can start adapting what happens elsewhere. Where when someone graduates, before you even graduate, you are exposed to 6 months or 4 months of normal military training. So everybody that you see also has knowledge of how to handle one thing or another. That, in a way, will also curb the activities of these criminals amongst us, because they will know that if they carry gun, another person, that the people that they are going to meet, there will be substantial number of persons who also know how to handle one thing or another. So it will be like preparing for them. And moreover, in our society today, we have to learn the knowledge of how to dissipate the criminals as quickly as possible, dispense them. Once you catch a criminal, you don't have to wait 2-3 months, 2-3 years before you start thinking of what to do with such individual. In other societies, in less than 48 hours, they neutralize the person. But here we are. The moment some of them are caught alive, lawyers will come, other human rights will come to start saying that, no, you cannot do this, you cannot do that. Where are they? Where were they? Where were these people when these persons were perpetrating evil? So in my own view, I feel that it's part of the things that our government have to do as much as possible, even when you say you will not, like the state police that they are saying they want to establish now. In each state, anywhere you see a criminal, as long as it is well established that this one is a kidnapper, is a bandit, neutralize the person and let people have peace.
The court of law have been empowered to decide, and that explains why it is also necessary to avoid extrajudicial killings. So that in as much as we are eager to neutralize the criminals and the bandits and the kidnappers, one has to be careful so that an innocent person is not also neutralized or killed. So I will take your view on that to start the importance of saving lives in this. How about, apart from saving the lives of those who are in the kidnapped den, how about you were driving, you saw a pedestrian knocked down the road in the pool of blood, and you take him in your car to the hospital? Is that recommended in Islam?
No, just like my prof mentioned, that just like somebody you see that from the kind of things he's seeing, he's almost like about to take his life. Anything you can do to help them, do that. So if you see somebody hit down by a vehicle and they're in a pool of blood, these are just examples. Anywhere you see that life is at stake, whatever you can do to save the life is a duty on you. That's why when people have paid zakah, we always cite this example, and they still have enough wealth to be of help to people that are in some very critical situation. They must not say we have given zakah and so it's not our responsibility. Allah has endowed you. You have to do whatever you can do to save the life of these people. So whether it's in your neighborhood, wherever is along the road you are meeting this person, whatever you can do to save any life, this is from what Allah Ta'ala has commanded. It's part of saving life. You save that life, it's like you have saved the entirety of humanity. Is to say that there should be this sympathy, there should be this empathy, there should be this pity. I mean, when you see another person on the ground, just imagine that I could have been the one. It could be me, or it could be my brother, it could be anybody close to me. So that the same way you would have loved to be helped, that is how you help out. So that at the end of the day, the glory goes to you. Allah knows better how to reward you. So don't see a life going and you can do something about it and fail to do so.
Don't see a life going, about to depart this world, about to die. You can do something, please do something about it. And that brings us to a technical question. Is it a duty or it's a voluntary act. Someone is about to die, and you are the only person in that environment who can save that life. Possibly was knocked down, others have no car, you are the only one with a car. And you say, okay, after all, it's not my person. I'm busy, I have a important place going. Is it a duty that you must perform, or is it a voluntary act? Prof, can you help us on that?
It is a duty. Because in Islam, we have duty that you perform, that the one we call the Faridul Kifaya and Faridul Ain. The one that, the kind of duty that is compulsory for you to do. And also a kind of duty that once another person does it, the person has already taken care of the entire responsibility. So it is your duty to save another life.
Thank you very much. Time is not our friend. You have been told that you have the right to defend yourself, to defend your property, and to defend your family. President said in one tradition, the companion asked him, if a thief attacks me, how about if he kills me? Prophet said, if he kills you, you go to paradise. He says, how about if I defend myself and I kill him? Prophet says, if you kill him, he goes to hellfire. You ask, is all you can take on this edition, importance of saving lives in Islam, you endeavor to always save lives. Thanks for coming. Al-Aji Professor Bedami Ade and Ustaz Sani Abdul Hafiz. May Uncle Al-Aji Al-Amin Allah. Let us always endeavor to save lives. It's a duty. And if you lose your life in the cause, of course, paradise awaits you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
ITV, certainly the best.
Fire!
It's always an exciting time to have you join us on the program Heritage with yours sincerely, Oloije Oyekohai. Now, today on Heritage, we will be taking a trip down to Calabar to go see their traditional masquerade dance. Yes, they call it the Unyoro Masquerade Dance. You know how the Calabari, they know how to do their thing. So wherever you are, come along with us as we take a ride down to Calabar with yours sincerely, Oloije Oyekohai. Don't go nowhere. Don't touch the dial.
Please.
This is Unyoro Masquerade Festival Dance in Calabar that evolved in April 1846 by King Eyamba V, or the Duke in a town of Efiki Kingdom. This prominent man organized this unique masquerade festival dance, specifically to welcome and honor the Christian missionaries who had just arrived in the region. The masquerade dance is welcomed and interesting to the eyes. However, the masquerade dance has shifted from its original form to a grand cultural dance to entertain the people of Calabar and close associates, to delight them for cultural peace and progress. The masquerade dance is captivating, visually stunning, and culturally rich. It is widely considered one of the most prestigious and impressive traditional cultural displays in the nation. The performance dressed in silken woven raffia attire, bells, and traditional Ikara cloth, creating dramatic movements that evoke the grace and raw power of a leopard. The masquerades have high energy rhythm and dance performer feature complex footwork, dramatic and intense traditional drumming patterns that direct the movement of the masquerade during dance.
Patrick Peru kan bangidam yang aku sukti. Oru kan bangidam. Oru kan.
Historically, the Efike Masquerade Society served as the governing body, judiciary, and law enforcement of the ancient kingdom of Calabar, meaning every dance and ritual carries centuries of history and spiritual significance.
And sure, it certainly has been an exciting time today on Heritage with Sincerely Oloije Oyihokai. Yes, looking at Unyoro Masquerade Dance all the way from Calabar. And they sure do know you have gotten one or two out of today's episode on Heritage. They will be seen again next week for another exciting time, bringing you closer to your culture and tradition. That is what we know how to do best on Heritage. To have yourself a blessed day. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Ahwa Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Ahwa seed. Ayo or Aqua game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
ITV, certainly the best.
All right, beautiful people, it's another lovely episode of your favorite Men's Rendezvous on television, and it is none other than the Guys Hangout Show on independent television, broadcasting live from the City of Bronze. Yep, it is the city where the king is truly king. Now, for the first timers out there, the Guys Hangout Show is one show that encourages young people to prioritize their lives, put themselves first. You know, we live in a society where little or no attention is given to the needs of men. Why is that? Only God knows. But hey, if you don't put yourself first, who's going to put you first? So that's basically what this show exists for, okay? So we encourage young men, basically, you know, to prioritize themselves and prioritize their needs. It's only when they put themselves first and invest in themselves that they can have to give to others. Just like the adage says, you can't give what you don't have. My name is Harry Aigboje, and of course, it's my pleasure to have you join us on this beautiful episode of the show. Now, like you already know, I'm never alone. I've got some amazing gentlemen in the house with me, and together we're going to be taking a look at a very interesting topic that we have to discuss tonight. Now, to my far left is a very amazing person. He is a social analyst, and of course, he's also an educationist. He goes by the name of Ramsey Uwaila Abu. Good to have you, Ramsey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harry. And as usual, it is always a pleasure to be on the show.
Indeed.
And as good advocates of good things in society, or as satirists, the Guys Hangout Show has been a platform for us to correct some of the ills in society and as well expose its vices in order for it not to be repeated by the younger generations.
Absolutely. I mean, who's in a better position to, you know, bring some of these issues to the fore than the natural leaders of society? Yeah. You know, there are lots of responsibilities on men's shoulders, so we really can't afford not to live up to those expectations, right? Yes, all right, it's good to have you in the house. Now, seated next to him is a friend and a colleague. Yeah, he took out time from his busy schedule to be with us today.
Of course.
Yes, of course, and he goes by the name of Michael. It's good to have you, Michael.
Thank you very much. It's a privilege to be here again to, you know, showcase and show what the guys is all about, you know, to, anyway, this is a wonderful platform for us to actually discuss things that pertains boys, guys especially, you know, the good and the bad. We don't have to be biased. Understand. Thank you very much for the privilege.
Thank you so much for coming. Now, gentlemen, we have a very interesting topic before us. We're taking a look at emotional intelligence, right? The need for people to learn to control their emotion. Now, if you take a look at a lot of young people today, you'll discover that there seems to be a lack of emotional control. For example, when someone is very happy, they tend to do something crazy. They tend to do things that, you know, they later begin to regret. And then when they're also very angry, they go to the extreme, right? Some of them do some very crazy things, only for them to start regretting it later. Now, you will agree with me that there is need for emotional control. Why do you think a lot of young people don't seem to have that ability to control themselves when they are at the apogee, when they are at the height of their emotional you know, expressions?
Okay, let me say lack of emotional discipline. It's almost becoming a widespread thing in our society. Not almost becoming, it is. It is a cankerworm that is eating deep into the fabric of the society. A lack of emotional discipline among the youth today can be tied to a number of factors.
Okay.
But before going to this number of factors, I want us to dwell on I want us to give a working definition of lack of emotional discipline. To be able to discipline yourself, first, is one of the greatest things you could ever do in life. No, it's very easy for you to tell the next person you are not doing this, you are supposed to do this. But how about yourself? How about you? So that is what many of our youths don't have. Now when these emotions come, yeah, we know that emotions sometimes tend to take us off our natural state, at that state where our senses are complete. But that notwithstanding, there is still need for us to take control over our emotions, because the resultant effects of our emotional actions most times are very detrimental. You know, people tend to take permanent decisions in temporary settings because they couldn't just suppress their emotions. And as youth, yeah, we all know that the youthful age comes with its own youthful exuberance. There, that curiosity, that need for exploration and all that tend to make our emotions flare up, and some of us even we are not being controlled by our temporary emotions instead of sitting down to say, what will be the resultant effects of this particular thing? But what are some of the factors that are responsible for this lack of emotional discipline? One, peer pressure. My friends do it, I will also want to do it. It's almost becoming a new normal now that if you are, let me use your language, if you are the type that is rugged in quotes, so they seem to see you as a macho man, that man that is taking control over, that tough guy. So instead they want to also do so that people will call them tough guy. No one is thinking about the consequences. And these consequences most time are very, very detrimental, either in the long run or in the short time. So I think youth need to sit down and take total control of their emotions. If they're able to take total control of their emotions, it will save them a whole lot. Religiously, in terms of a relationship and all that. We'll get to that in the course of this discussion.
Absolutely, we will definitely get to that. Now, Michael, there is a story in the Bible of a king, I think Herod, who asked his wife's daughter to entertain him and his guests. Now, the lady performed so well that he was super impressed. He was impressed to the point where he, gave her a blank check, asked her to, name her price or ask for anything. And then we all know how that story went. The lady asked for the head of John the Baptist, and the rest, they say, is history. Now, that was at the height of the man's excitement, right? And that's a case in point, as far as this discourse is concerned. The fact that some men, particularly, we're actually looking at this as it affects us men, because, a lot of things go wrong when a man loses his emotion. We're not trying to, give exceptions for other people or other classes of society, women and children. But, men are supposed to be in charge. Of course. Right? They're supposed to be at the helm of affairs. And then imagine what happens when someone who's supposed to be at the helm of affairs loses control, like in the case of Herod. And we all, like I said, we all know how that story went. Of course. Why do you think some men lose it in the height of excitement?
All right, sometimes we let our emotions get the better part of us. We need to do things that we're not supposed to do.
Okay.
Understand? So, when a society whereby my colleague just said that this exuberance, cloud of memories, cloud of memories and everything, you get. So, right now, when some persons are in a kind of state, it's better for you to calm down, all right? Better for you to calm down and think. We shouldn't.
Some will even recommend that you take a deep breath.
Of course, just take a deep breath. You understand? Sometimes if I can make should I say, salacious allusion, when some men are in this, what should I put it now? This ecstasy. They tend to make
rash decisions.
Rash decisions, and because of that ecstasy, something that they can't actually do. You get, so they just start making those promises because of the height, the peak, the apogee of that excitement in quotes. You get, so I think people should, most of the time, they have to calm down when they're in situations, whether they are. See, we have some people that are belligerent. You get, so when they're in a particular situation, they should try to, keep calm. Just keep calm so that your emotions don't get the better part of you. You get, sometimes we got to do things that we later get to regret so much. In fact, you'll be like, am I the one that did this? I can't believe it. You get, these some persons there in television, they'll ask them, so how do you feel? They'll not be melancholic, like, well, I feel bad. That's because they allowed, you get, so
they allow their emotion to get
the better part of them. You get, so if some persons actually bring themselves to a check, like this is how should respond in situation. For example, now, all right, some persons they're asking for donation. Some persons out of shyness or whatever, out of they want to impress, intimidation, they don't begin to call. At the end of the day, now you're calling them, they're running away from.
Like we say in our local parlance, when their eye clear.
Of course, when their eye clear in the local parlance, you understand. So sometimes when they're in different situations, you try to be placid.
Okay.
You know, not to fall into regret.
Now, there's a particular story I stumbled upon on social media of a guy that was just thinking aloud, right? You know, some of these guys will just come on social media and say certain things, like share their experiences and all. So, dude was talking about an experience he had with his, with a lady, right? He said that he used to, every time he comes on social media and sees people talking about PS5, that he remembers a certain experience he had with a lady, how that he used to play PS5 a lot, and then at some point, a certain girl he was dating at the time got fed up with the fact that he was getting too addicted to the game. And then she came, seized the PS5 and then soaked it in water, right? And that was how he lost his PS5. And ever since, every time he hears people talking about PS5, that experience just, comes rushing back into his mind. Now, this, to a very large extent, has affected lots of relationships, right? We have men who just tend to lose their emotion or lose their senses the moment they are angry, for example. Lots of cases of DV, domestic violence, are born out of this, lack of emotional discipline. You're angry, someone offended you. Now, just like Michael just said, one of the measures that people usually recommend whenever someone is angry is that they take a walk, right? Take a walk away from the scene. But that doesn't seem to be the case anymore. Now, that singular act by that lady was born out of a lack of emotional discipline. Now, how much damage do you think this could, do to society if it is not checked?
Definitely, it will increase the number of inmates we have in our prison. It will encourage more violence, as people will tend to learn from the wrong people. It will cause a lot of breakup. It will increase divorce. It will increase the rates of crime. When we're talking about emotions, it all starts from the mind. People should learn to put their mind in check. Well, before you act, definitely these things have been conceived on the mind. You tend to brood on it on the mind. You tend to ruminate on it on the mind. If you are able to keep those things, those negative things on your mind in check, it will not result to emotional outburst.
You're saying it all begins with meditation?
Meditation, premeditation. You see some of these things that people do out of, I call it emotional outburst. They've conceived it on their mind for some time. Though some persons are short-tempered, but that notwithstanding, you still have to do with something of the mind. They ruminated on it on the mind before they will say, okay, let's take this action. So these things should be discouraged. If it is not discouraged, we'll have so many ladies who will later regret their actions in relationship. And going to the case you just cited, sir, concerning the young lady that decided to soak the PS5 of her boyfriend immerse it in water and all that, that's because she couldn't just keep her emotions in check. Now, this is the same lady that will sit down later and say she will regret that thing she have done. That was not her intention. Her intention was just to get the attention of the man. But now that she have done it, the man is scared. If a lady could do this, next time she might decide to go for the TV or the refrigerator or any other appliances they have in the house.
So the guy seems to be living with the trauma now.
The guy seems to be living with the trauma, and the lady also live with the trauma. She's traumatized. There are some ladies that cannot, there are some people that cannot keep their emotions in check. And after the action, they always regret it. So the guy, the lady, the emotional outburst is not okay for any of them. So what we need to tell our youth out there is they should learn to always take responsibility for their action, and they should learn to always keep their emotions in check. They should learn to always guide their hearts. Not many things comes into the heart. It depends on how you ruminate on it before you give it out. The heart is like the processing unit. If you process it well and say to say, okay, let this thing go, or I will report this to the authority, you do this yourself before doing that thing. Not you trying to just get everything that is before you want to attack. No, at the end, those are right to become wrong. So I think people should learn to discuss some of the things they intend to do
with themselves.
Before bringing it out.
Okay, now, Michael, while he was talking, he made reference to the need for accountability. And that's should I call it a currency that seems to be lacking in recent time, in modern day, because a lot of persons would rather push the blame to someone else, the blame for their actions to someone else, and the blame game continues. It seems like a cycle. It's a never-ending, phenomenon. Someone does something wrong, and instead of owning up and saying, "Oh, yeah, I did this, and this is why I did it, and I'm sorry," they keep looking for somebody else to push the blame to, and then the person you're pushing the blame to also wants to push it to somebody else. Where does this lead us?
All right. There is this cliche which Nigerians always use, is the devil's work.
Okay.
All right. It's not the devil's work. It's inbuilt. It's in you. You need to be cultured. You need to be disciplined. Sometimes you don't have to let it out. There are sometimes you just need to calm down. You just need to calm down, and that thing you want to. There's this thing that, should I call it the super ego, is pushing you to say it. You don't have, sometimes hold it down. You don't have to let it go, because when it goes out, it causes damage, sometimes we need to be, not sometimes, all the time, we need to be disciplined. Like you rightfully said, see, these things, they are inbuilt. If you want to, okay, let's assume we're in a particular place right now, all right? Yeah. And some things are happening. I think the mind is one of the fastest system in the body.
Processors.
Yeah, one of the fastest processors you get. So you need to process some of the things you want to see. Is it going to affect this person? Is it going to affect me later? What's going to be the comeuppance for this thing if I let it go? So sometimes you just need to think, process everything, and before you see everything will be copacetic. You understand? So sometimes we just need to let things go.
Okay.
I myself now, some persons do complain about me some certain times. They'll say, "Why don't you get angry?" Because I know what's going to happen if I get angry. I can't go to prison because of you. I can spend the rest of my life because of you. So all I have this particular method. Either I keep quiet, or I start singing, or I leave. You get? So we just need to have.
Those are your personal measures.
Yeah. So I have this particular modus operandi. That's the way I operate it. So whether I start singing, maybe infuriate you, but I don't care. You get? So for peace to reign, for peace to reign, I just need to be placid. Before everything will be cool.
All right, guys, in case you're just joining us, it's still the Guys Hangout Show on Independent Television. And tonight we're taking a look at the need for emotional discipline. Now, emotional discipline seems to be lacking in our day, because a lot of persons just allow themselves go when they are at the height of their emotional expression. There's absolutely nothing wrong in, being yourself and expressing yourself. But, it's very important that you learn to put a check on your emotion. Else you do things that you will regret, either good or bad. Now, Ramsey, let's take a look at the attendance effect of these things, right? Now, while Michael was talking, he made reference to the fact that sometimes the effects of these things are long-term.
Yeah.
And so, for example, the things you say cannot be taken back.
Words are like eggs, and when broken, you can't retrieve them. And that is why you must mind your words, you must mind your actions. You must not throw stones at every dog that barks at you. A man that is focused will not always want to attend to distractions. Some of these things these people do, they are distractions. If you are on the moving bicycle, then there is no need to stop. Have you seen anybody that is sleeping on a bicycle?
Of course not.
No, if you want to get to your destination, you keep moving. Yeah. Now, definitely the people will get on your nerves. People will want to say things that will distract you. But like I always told my students, you don't throw stones at every dog that barks at you. That is a way of keeping your emotions intact. Now, you see, the effects of emotional outburst, most times they outweighs the benefit of it. So if you check some of the things that you will do when you get angry, then you keep your anger in check. And let's not forget, anger is just a letter different from danger. If a man is very hungry, it will lead the man to a dangerous place that the man did not even expect. So with that, I expect everyone these days to say, I won't get angry. Instead, I will report to the authority, or I will do this later. You must sit here and start looking at the resultant effects of what this thing will be. A wise man once told me, he said, we know how fights start, but we don't know how it ends. Yeah. So if you don't know how a fight is going to end, then don't start the fight. Don't start the
fight, okay.
So it's time for us to sit down and say, this is not the time we allow emotions to get over us. Rather, this is the time for us to keep our emotions in check. And most times you find out that you will be very happy later if you're able to keep your emotions in check. Because when you see the resultant effect of most things that will occur when you are not keeping your emotions in check, you find out that it's so detrimental. It outweighs the positive aspect of it. So I think it's always good for us to control our emotions and don't allow our emotions to control us. Like I said before, when you see people that are taking permanent decisions in temporary situations, you know that they are not able to keep their emotions in check.
Now, there's a school of thought that it's better to express yourself than to allow your emotions to accumulate. Because when you allow that to happen, it will get to a certain point where, you know, there will be an explosion. And once that explosion takes place, you know, a lot of things go wrong. Do you share that opinion?
Yeah. All right. The thing now is that I think it's a stupendous idea. See, share your opinions, but let it be packaged in a way that will not affect the next person.
Okay.
See, let's assume someone upsets me, and it's been bothering me, causing some things, you know, everything. So I want to let the person know. There'll be a way. I have to take the person away from the public or from that place, so that person won't feel embarrassed. And I'll take the person to a particular place and start first. See, you need to make the person feel calm first, compliment the person first, and then start making your own complaints.
Okay.
In that, using that modus operandi, it will make the person feel guilty. Like, oh, I'm so sorry. But if you come in a bellicose manner, just
in a hostile manner.
Just be shouting and everything, it deteriorates everything. So there should be a particular way, like I said, the packaging. Just call the person to a particular place. At least the person should be reasonable enough to know, okay, for you to even bring this thing to my table, I think let us solve it. You get, if the person keeps talking and make everything worse, you can tell the person, okay, I've said what I have to say, and well, to God, I've already done my part and done my level best, and you take off. So it doesn't have, just develop a particular pattern that will not make things worse.
Okay.
Rather make things, you know, ameliorate things.
Okay.
You get, so it's just be the way you think.
All right, Ramsey, what you just said borders on manner of approach. Do you share that thought?
Yes, another angle to this particular issue is that there are some things that are better left unsaid.
Okay.
Maybe instead of saying it, and before you know, it creates rancor, states of aggy-baggy, chaos and all that. But then, what you say and how you say it are two different things. You can decide to say something bad in a very good manner, in a way that the person you are talking to will not even know this thing is as bad as that. So if you must express yourself, in order not to add fuel to fire, you must learn to put words in order. You know, when a child said, "Mommy, if you are my mother, you shouldn't have allowed Mama Nkechi to beat me like this. I never knew someone can beat me." The child is using words to manipulate his mother. Another person will say, "Okay, Mommy, this is what happened." Okay. So how you say it and what you are going to say matters a lot. But I think if you must express yourself, put all your skills and dexterity, your communicative skills to how you are going to put that message across. It will help settle the dust.
All right, thank you so much, Ramsey. Now, on the final note, because time is actually fast spent, what's your advice for people out there who always tend to think after they've acted? Right? There are people like that.
Of course.
Whereas the normal procedure is to think before acting. But there are people who only begin to think after they've done certain things. What's your advice for such people?
Yeah, some persons should develop this habit of packaging themselves to the extent that they don't have to regret their actions. Before you just blow off, think about what is this my outburst going to cost for me and for the person. What is going to be the end result? Okay. You just have to calm down sometimes. You see, the mind is very, very delicate. It can traumatize you. After you've hurt someone with your words, it can come back like a boomerang. It can boomerang, come back to you. You may never believe, you may not even sleep because of
what you've said.
You are thinking of.
So it's your conscience that's not helping you.
Yeah, of course. You just need to think like, okay, how will you feel somebody tells you this particular thing you're saying? Okay. So you just need to calm down.
All right.
Most of the time now, I begin to think like, what I say to this person, let me edit it.
Okay.
Like I just send somebody a message.
Sometimes it's too late to even edit.
Of course, it's too late. You get. So sometimes I just throw my advice and be like, okay, I'm so sorry about that.
All right, thank you. Ramsey, you said something about, I know on the final note though, I know you already said something about discussing some of these things with yourself first. Yeah, so would that be your final word on this?
Yeah, everyone out there should learn to be in total control of their personality in all ramification.
Okay.
Don't throw stones at every dog that barks at you. keep moving and be focused.
All right, gentlemen, I want to say a big thank you for taking our time to be with me on tonight's edition of the show. You guys made it a success, and I really do appreciate it. Thank you very much. And I hope that the next time I call upon you, you will be able to oblige me.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Now, it's been the Guys Hangout Show on Independent Television, broadcasting live from the city of Bronx. And tonight, we've been talking about the need for emotional discipline. Now, it's very, very important that you learn to control yourself. There is absolutely nothing wrong in expressing yourself. It's why you're human, right? But it's also very important that you learn to put a check on yourself, just so you don't do things that you'll regret. Nobody wants to regret their actions. It's never a good thing, okay? So it's very important that you learn to put your emotions in check. My name is Harry Igboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, this is me saying, stay out of trouble and enjoy the rest of your night. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
ITV, certainly the best.
WIC Women in Conversation. This is another beautiful episode where women are gathered to discuss heart-touching matters in Nigeria and probably our homes also. And in the world generally, we try to look at things that are happening around the world and see how we could advise or how we could let you understand if it's right to be done or wrong to be done. And, you know, it's a table where everybody wants to quickly tune in and watch and listen to what these great women have to say. And today, of course, I have with me to discuss Japa. We're going to be talking Japa. Nigerians, almost all Nigerian youth wants to Japa. What is the meaning of Japa? And I also heard that we also have another one called, well, the women in the house, in the studio, will let you know what that one is called. I really can't remember what it is called, but we also have another name for those that have gone there and it's not working out for them. They come back. Anyway, with me on this table to discuss all of this is Abby. Abby, you're welcome. You're going to be talking more of the Japa because you know you Japad when Japa was Japa. Now you're Japambo, Japada, you're Japada. Anyway, so Abby is going to be talking more on Japa with us today because she lives in the US, UK, and also is living in Nigeria. I don't know how she does that. She's a big girl. Anyway, also we have Tony. Tony will let us know about Japa because I think she has more experience, not because she Japa though, but she has more of the words in her mouth to say about Japa. And we have Chisom, who is going to be representing the Gen Zs. The Gen Zs are actually the ones right now who wants to Japa to any country. You hear them say, let's just leave Nigeria. Let's just go to any country. Ladies, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
Okay, Japa is not an English word. So what word is Japa?
I believe is a word created to relocation. Nigerians relocation.
What tribe is this word carved from? Let me hear from you.
Japa is a Yoruba name. It's a Yoruba name, which means run quickly.
Run quickly.
Why the Japada is come back.
If it's not working out,
run back quickly. So when you run out quickly and you get there, it's not working out, run back.
Japada.
Quickly.
Okay, let's talk about Japa. Tony, I'm still going to be asking you this question. A whole lot of Nigerians, especially our youths, everybody wants to Japa. It's not just our youths now, the professionals too, mostly doctors. Most doctors have left Nigeria.
Yeah.
Everybody wants to go. You also hear them say, just to any country. Right now, they don't even choose the country they want to go to any longer. And then seeing what is going on in these countries that they're jackpot into. Yesterday, I was watching on social media. I don't know if anyone of you saw it. What the South Africans are doing to the blacks over there too, not just Nigerians, to the Ghanaians. They're asking that they should leave their country, go fix your country, don't come here, go fix your country. So is jackpot the right thing to do?
It's a very big question. But I still believe if you have the opportunity, it is better to japa than to remain here.
Abby is laughing because she doesn't believe in that.
And died of depression or turn yourself to be a criminal. If you have the opportunity, japa. If you don't have, you have to, so many things you have to put in consideration because it's two major reasons that are causing this. Number one, the economic situation of the country and the insecurity. When you think critically of those 2 points, you will think of jackpot too. Because you are not safe inside your house. You are not safe outside the house. You are not safe even going to work. You are not even safe at work. You are not safe giving birth to your child in the hospital. You are not safe raising that child in the house. You are not safe sending that child to school. So that is a good thing. And now, maybe if you basically, there is no family that can manage 100,000 again in Nigeria. How will you do it? And the basic, I think what is the minimum wage? Minimum wage remains 75,000. And for the people that are even using bad hair electricity lights, 75,000 is not enough to run your bills for electricity alone. What about other people? What about feeding? Gone are those days that you can just take 20,000 naira, you want to go to my 12 and do a shopping. With your 20,000 naira, you are not buying anything in the nylon. Maybe you want to buy only pepper, garlic, and ginger. Then you come back home.
You're making me hungry. The food combination.
So that is it. When you are working hard and there's no reward, it's not even enough not to talk of saving. And one good thing that our government is good at now is by thinking of every avenue to screw us with different policies of getting money from us. But where is the money from? They're talking of companies closing down. Why won't they close down? Even the electricity problem is a big one. They are running at loss. So that is the reason. So if that I'm talking to you, Oluwatoyin has opportunity today, I will jackpot gladly.
Wow. Okay, Toyin wants to jackpot.
Thank you.
Okay, she gave the reasons why she would want to jackpot.
Yeah.
But I've also heard the people over there too talking about this, although insecurity is out of it. But they are also talking about the economy. They also say that things have increased and all that. Because I know that when I complain, just like you're complaining, they all tell me, whatever increase you people are having in Nigeria, we are having it there. But Nigerians also will tell you, we still want to come. What is the reason why they want to go?
Okay, there's this thing they say, that anywhere in a way except Nigeria. So that is what mainly the Gen Z say, right? Anywhere in a way. Because except where you are right now, Nigeria is worse than any other West African country. There is nowhere you go that you will not find a Nigerian. Nigerians are in Nepal. Nigerians are in even Pakistan. Nigerians are there. They prefer to be there than to be here. Where somebody who is 18 can't even boast of anything, unlike the way it is in the UK. A child of 18 might already be independent, might have already even had a car, might have started working or doing some things. But you are 24, 25, you might even still be in school, maybe due to strike. You are still battling with year 2, year 3, year 4. And by the time that person comes out, you're not independent. You still have to gather your CV, enter streets, and start looking for a job. And before you would even find a job. So it's because things are much more better out there. You can't say, oh, like in the UK, if you're looking for a job, they won't consider your qualifications or consider, there are things that, you know, we definitely know that things are happening there, the economy and everything, racism, right? And those things are happening there. But tribalism is worse here. You rather embrace racism in UK than the tribalism we are facing in Nigeria. So that's the reason why youths of nowadays prefer to japa. So it's just the amount of, let's say, pressure, unpreparedness that makes some people japada. And people who are already comfortable over there, they just feel like, oh, because of my business, I have to come back. But then the youths that japada with confidence, they can't bear it anymore. They are not prepared. They don't have anybody over there. So the best choice, instead of going there to commit crime, just come back home and stay with your family.
Okay, Abe, you live in the UK and then you are trying to japada to Nigeria. You're trying to put in your businesses together and wanting to come back home. Okay, now you heard what Chisom said. A whole lot of Nigerian youths wants to go there. Okay, and we have seen families that had sold maybe just one property belonging to every family, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, father, great-one. They sell it for someone to, you know, japa. Do you think it's worth it?
No, I don't think so, because I have come back to Nigeria because I see it as an opportunity, a land of opportunity, and I'm trying to understand that there's unemployment, you know, the economy, people are suffering and everything, but I want to even bring it at a very basic level, because I came back and I was like, okay, I know the minimum wage is 70K. Minimum wage is 70K. But then I started to, because me, I'm a business person, and I don't expect every person to be business-minded. But I saw opportunity. I see things differently. I went into the real estate. I went into shop-let. Some things didn't work out. It was difficult. But then I went to start even selling granules, you know. And then I started to see how it was made, how I could even export it, food stuff. So I don't know, you know, I just feel that there's so much opportunities in Nigeria, and it's not, you know, everybody's fault that they can be able to make the Nigeria work. I know, you know, it has to start from the top, the leadership, and the way that the resources are being mismanaged and everything. But there's so much opportunity. They said in each state in Nigeria has at least 3 mineral resources, natural resources, gold, you know, cool.
But are the citizens able to access this minerals?
We have to help ourselves sometimes.
How?
We just have to do it, you know, in the little.
Let me quickly come in here. You said you came back, okay? You came back from trying to come into from abroad, okay? And then you said at some point you started even exporting granules. That's because you have the opportunity.
Can I just say something?
Not just the capital. You already have created your market abroad, so you have the right source to export to.
There is actually a training. A woman in Nigeria here, she trains. There's a training. I can share the training that she does to help Nigerians to give them opportunities to export abroad, even fashion, food stuff, and everything.
Do they have to pay for the training?
The training is not much. It's not much. They will not give you. It's not much.
They will not give you what?
They will not give you the secret of it.
Yes.
No,
I have joined more than 4
of those training.
I've more than 4, and I pay huge amounts.
No, you need to be the okay.
Let's
made me register another company.
I can even start to do some training if that's the case.
Let's leave the training aside. Let's leave the training aside. How do you expect a Nigerian that's, of course, just like she said, probably came out from school, parents are not really buoyant, and he or she has not gotten a job, so there's no savings anywhere, and you expect that person to go for training and then start exporting. Where does the capital come from?
It doesn't have to be exports. It's unfortunate, I know, but there's still some people, like there's this Alaki just free trade. She's giving some funds to people. There's different fundings.
How many people?
It will not go around.
How many people will have access to that information?
I know, but that's why I'm saying, it's training, information, getting it out there. But those that do will benefit. We can't help everybody.
The ratio is low.
There's opportunities out there. I understand because I'm
before we go on a short break, I want Toyin to give me her side of what's your take on what I asked Abe. I mean, is it worth it when you sell your buildings and we hear people do that? Is it worth it?
It's worth it.
I don't think so. When you go to UK, I come to the UK, the things is high cost of living, is cold, people are suffering. Some of them are even in jail because they still can't fit into the culture.
Okay. Yeah. Abe, let's go on a very quick short break. When we come back, we'll be having Tony talk to us on is it worth it to sell your property and go. We'll go on a very short break just to sip some water and I'll be back. Please sit. Welcome back. It's still Women in Conversation. We were talking Japa before we went on the short break. And I mean, behind the camera, there's been a lot of, yes, it's good to Japa. And, it's just that they're saying it's not good to Japa. Even the man behind the camera is also saying Japa is very important at this time in Nigeria. Toyin, you were saying something before we went on the short break.
She said that it doesn't worth it. As of today, I regret not following my friend 2023. The family sold their car, sold their plot of land, and traveled. It was rough initially, but now they are thanking God. They are thanking God that they made the best decision at the right time. Because here, we keep struggling. Even business, everything is frustrating. Is it the rent that's going up? Is it the expenditure that is high every day when you are not making it? And if you will not see that now, since about 2 years ago now, the population of the prison keep increasing because crimes. When they don't have opportunity to japa, they now begin to down.
But like Abe said, we can also still make Nigeria work and we can make it happen.
How?
She probably has to explain to us.
Time. I feel with time.
With time.
I know there is suffering. I know but with time, let's just have a good leadership. Somebody that has his head screwed on, that can make...
Honestly, I do not like the way Chicha is laughing. Because when Abe mentioned let's have a good leadership, she did... I don't understand.
The kind of patience she's preaching to us is the kind of patience they preach to cow from Sokoto. That calm down. Can't reach there. And by the time the cow saw himself in Abatio, pieces you.
Sometimes
is it until we all die of depression?
It gets worse before it gets better. Those that Japan, when things start to get better here, for them to come in, you that have stayed and struggled, that have now established and you have your roots in, you see that you start to be elevated and promoted to positions that they can never get in. Nigeria will get better.
Amen.
Yeah, even they said before the end of this year, the currency will be 1 to 1.
Amen.
Yeah, and then when it becomes that, when the rate is different now, when we start to bring the skills for all those that have japat, they need to come back home.
Sister Biodun, we are all Christian, we are reading the same Bible. You are talking of hope, we are talking of reality.
Yes, and it is happening. People are coming back and bringing their skills. Doctors are coming back and bringing their skills so that...
Abe, it looks like you are just the one saying the doctors are coming back. They are going.
They are not coming back. Some are coming back. Those that, are japat before are coming back. I have stories.
Maybe when they come back,
they are coming back to retired home.
That's different. They need training. Nigeria needs a lot of education.
Anyway, Abe, let me leave you. Let me go to the Gen Z in the house. Let her really explain to us if it is worth it to sell your family property to Japa, or you sell the property and start up something like Abe says, we can make it here in Nigeria. What's your take?
Okay, first of all, Japa is an emergency exit. Right now, Japa is an escape plan. It used to be a travel dream, right? People be like, oh, when I grow up, when I'll go to the UK, it's more like people were relaxed. You know, let's say in the 90s, we just go to travel for vacation. Nigerians were, you know. But as of now, for the youth between 18 to 25, Japa is an emergency exit. Yeah. It's more like an escape plan, right? Because, you know, when somebody have run out of option, we're not talking about somebody in his 30s or 40s who might have built something somewhere in Nigeria.
Even the 30s and 40s
have nothing to show for it. So that's why it's better to just, if you have to make sacrifices, if you don't have option. If the sacrifice is, this is my only inheritance, and if I sell it, it gives me an opportunity to go to the UK to study and, you know, to work, right? Because there are a whole lot of things now available in Canada. I mean, they want people who want to migrate to come and work. I think Canada, they open things like that, even for refugees. Look at what is happening in the north. We have a good number of youths dying on a daily. What happened in Jos? What happened in... So it's in Kwara. Exactly. So if there are opportunities that, oh, come, we are receiving refugees, people who, you know, you're migrating due to the fact that your country is, they should go. You can't tell them to stay. Build what? Out of nothing. There's nothing to build from. There's absolutely nothing.
Okay. Thank you so much, Barrister Chisom. That brings us to insecurity. You know, because I said we're going to touch insecurity. Why I wanted us to touch it as mothers, as women, as wives, you know, the insecurity for the recent days we've seen has gone to the children. Yeah, we saw what happened in Calabar, and we also saw what happened in Benue State, where the children were going to write their UTME and they were kidnapped, you know. So as mothers, the talk of Japa brought us to insecurity. Abby, you say it is not important to think of leaving the country, but this is where we find ourselves now. As a mother, how would you want to secure your child that you live with in Nigeria? Because she mentioned something. She said, we can't even sleep with our two eyes closed any longer. Yeah. So how will you advise your child to stay off, should I say stay off target zone? Because it looks like everywhere is a target zone. And then with a child that is that scared, how do you think he or she wants to go out there to try and, you know, make Nigeria better, like you said, or try to do something in Nigeria? These are children that were going to write exams. That's their offense. Yeah. They were just going to write their exams to be able to be better citizens and to be able to be a better person tomorrow. And then they were arrested. Over to you, Abby.
Yeah, it's heavy to see what these I'll call them evil people are doing, or you know, to the children, because I heard that story, and it was even from a prayer group that we were praying, and we were very, very angry and prayed against insecurity in Nigeria, and then again why this was happening. And as we all know, it's to do with a lot of things that's happening in Nigeria. But I would say, you know, you mentioned that, you know, regarding the Japa business, because that's a different issue entirely. But at the same time, it's something that needs to be dealt with, the issue of insecurity in Nigeria now from the leaders, and it will be done because it's getting to a stage where we're all tired. Yeah, I'm here. I feel, you know, also at risk. You know, I've got CCTV in all my rooms, in the inside, not outside, inside the house. So I understand what people, and I know not everybody can, so
the crime rates.
Yes, then we can bring it to the table.
Okay.
How often do people get killed in UK?
All right,
compared to
Abe.
Nigeria?
Yeah, but you haven't answered the question the way I want you to answer. So probably I'll ask Toyin.
I have a daughter.
Toyin, yeah, okay. So Toyin, with the situation of the insecurity in Nigeria, do you think in fact, we were talking about those children that were kidnapped, and those ones in Calabar, we haven't heard stories if they were released. It was just the ones from Benue that we saw the videos that they were released. So those ones in Benue that were released, do you think they want to go back to school or write exam without having that?
Let me ask you, as a mother, can you send your daughter or your child to that same school same day?
No.
Hi. What are we talking about? This thing is very emotional and very sad. Thank God we are all mothers. Is it that easy to bring a life to bring a child to life? This thing does not start yesterday. I remember 2014. I was in labor. The days of Chibok.
Yes, yes.
Up till now, they were not complete. Till now. If any of us happen to be a mother of any of those children, and you now see opportunity of Japa, even if it is to Kuton, want to pack them to the neighboring country. Insecurity, this is, do you know, 3 days ago, last week, the school of my daughter sent a mail that they are going on excursion. I started praying to cancel this excursion. How will only me be cancelled excursion? Excursion is a good thing because traveling to give them around is part of education. But not again in Nigeria.
Yeah. True.
They went to Abeokuta. I cannot sit down. I put myself in fast, walking about, praying, monitoring them till I hear they're back.
Chisholm.
Yeah, so just to buttress what Tony said, I think Nigeria is to me, Nigeria is like a balloon, right? It's like a balloon, and the more corruption, just like that is how the breeze is just getting bigger and bigger, and the day it will burst, I just pray.
I go down there.
You are holding this jackpot in so far.
Yes.
Okay,
so Nigeria is deep rooted in unpredictability, right? You cannot if you say, oh, let's learn skill, let's all join hands, Nigeria will be better. The government did this. It's better not to wait and say, oh, I have hope for the next 2 years. I think that is what they said the last 5 years ago or the last 4 years ago, right? So that unpredictability is like an obstacle. It's like a canker worm, right? That is deep rooted in corruption, and it's really terrible, affecting everybody. So the system of JAPA itself, right? It's just like I told you, it's an emergency exit, especially for the young ones. So if there's an opportunity for them, they should leave. Because of the high insecurity that is going on. Because in Nigeria, we celebrate basic functionality is seen as a miracle. It's not. It's not. The government is not working. That's just what it is.
That is it.
Yes.
Okay, one word from you, Chisholm. If you have the opportunity to japa today, you are a barrister in Nigeria. You're a known barrister with a known chambers. Do you think you want to japa?
I would.
God bless you.
Because we are all at risk. That is the main point.
Japa. Really want to japa?
I will say it 25 times without changing my word. I will japa straight if I have the opportunity.
Okay. Abby, if you have the opportunity to japa, will you want to japa?
As I said, I'm here for change, transformed Nigeria. I remain positive that we'll work it out.
Amen.
And things will get better. To me, I just remain positive. It's sad what is happening with with the kidnapping and everything and the insecurity.
Thank you so much, Abby. Thank you so much. Abby believes that Nigeria can be better, and then she also believes that we can actually make it here in Nigeria. That's Abby's belief. But Chisom and Toyin believes that if there's opportunity to japa, they will japa, even though they are well established in Nigeria. At least they are not amongst those that are begging before eating, yet they want to japa. We would like to know what your own take is. Do you want to japa, or you want to believe like Abby that Nigeria will be better someday? That's what we're going to be ending this program today.
ITV, certainly the best.
Good day and welcome to Tech Today, your trusted technology and digital lifestyle program where we simplify technology and connect it to your everyday life. I am Lawal Momo, and today we'll be looking at something that is no longer the future, but the present we are already living in. Artificial intelligence is no longer a concept reserved for laboratories or science fiction films. It is now inside our phones, our computers, our workplace, and even in our creative tools. And while many people are still trying to understand what AI really is, it's already reshaping how the world works. So today, we are breaking it into two important parts. Part one, I will talk about the 10 AI tools that are changing the world right now. And part two, we'll share the 10 tech trends that will dominate the next 5 years. By the end of this program, you will not only understand where technology is today, you will also see where technology is heading next. Let's begin. 10 technology tools that is changing the world right now. Number one on the list is ChatGPT. Yes, a lot of us know this ChatGPT is that artificial intelligence, conversational, revolutionary, platform that we always use and all the time use at the workplace. So ChatGPT is one of the most widely used AI tools in the world today. ChatGPT is more than just a chatbot. It is a digital assistant that can help you write essays, that can reports, that can also explain complex topics in simple language, and also can generate business ideas, that can also assist programmers with their coding, and even help students study faster. So what makes ChatGPT very powerful is not just what it does, it is how naturally it communicates. For example, instead of searching endlessly on Google, users can simply just ask a question and receive structured answer in seconds. This is changing how people learn, work, and even think. A lot of us use ChatGPT. I know it's not new to you, so we're just listing them. Number two on the list is Google Gemini. Otherwise, I call it the AI integrated search. Google Gemini is pushing search into a new era. Traditionally, when you use Google, you type a question and you get a list of links. But now with Gemini, you can summarize. Gemini can help you to summarize that information instantly. You can explain topics in a conversational format, and also you can combine text and image, and it also does reasoning. For example, instead of searching for, maybe you go on Google now, you search how does electricity works. When you can ask Google Gemini and get a full explanation broken down step by step. It is turning search engines into answer engines, so to speak. The third on the list is Microsoft Copilot, what I call AI inside the office work tools. So Microsoft Copilot is built directly into tools like Microsoft Word, Microsoft Excel, and Microsoft PowerPoint. This means artificial intelligence is no longer a separate tool. It is part of our everyday work software. For example, using Microsoft Word, it can help you to write a full report for you whilst you're using Microsoft Word. In Excel, what Copilot does, it can analyze data automatically. You can see that sometimes when you're using Excel, maybe you now highlight a particular region, Copilot will tell you, do you want me to, sum this for you and give you the average? Copilot is that chatbot embedded in Microsoft Excel that's helping to do that. In PowerPoint, it can help you to build an entire presentation just by giving it a prompt. So it is reducing hours of works into bare minutes. The fourth on the list is Claude. So Claude is a deep thinking AI. So Claude is designed for deeper reasoning and longer, more thoughtful response. It's often used for research analysis. It's used for professional writing. People prefer to use Claude for writing than using ChatGPT or Gemini. It's also used to summarize long documents and make it, what makes it actually different from others of different chatbots is that its ability to handle complex conversation without losing the original context. So Claude is a powerful tool that is used by professionals when dealing with large information tasks. So you see the difference. The fifth on the list is Midjourney. Midjourney is an AI image creation tool. So Midjourney allows users to turn a simple text description into a highly detailed image. So for example, say someone maybe types on Midjourney now, okay, give me a futuristic Lagos city at night with flying cars, and you have tall buildings and blah blah blah. So the AI chatbot will generate a realistic visual interpretation of the text you just prompted. So this is transforming graphic design, it is transforming advertising, it is transforming digital art. Even people without design skills can now create professional visuals. You can see we have some content creators or all those persons that talk on using YouTube to create content. Those are also content creators. They now use Midjourney to also put a thumbnail on their videos so that you can get a representation of what they are going to talk about. So Midjourney is that AI. You can prompt, say, I want you to give me an animal that has wings and also has fangs, and also whatever you can imagine. The AI chatbot Midjourney would represent that for you. The sixth on the list is Runway AI. So Runway AI is an AI video production. Runway AI is changing filmmaking, it is changing video editing. It can generate video scenes just from a text. It can remove objects from videos. Yes, you heard me. You can tell Runway AI to remove objects from a particular video. It can also help you to enhance or edit footage automatically. People now use this to produce different kind of content. This means that small creators can now produce content that once require a full production studio. People now even use this for musical videos. You see some musical videos now, they're now AI related. Yes, it's one of those AI tools that is being used, and Runway AI is one of those tools that people now use to do short videos and short content. And it's not free. You have to buy some credits, and they are quite expensive. So it's not as if but there are some free versions where you can create short videos just to test and see how this work. I'm bringing these tools to you because you may already know them, some of you are already using them, but just to also bring you on light to tell you these are the top 10 tech tools that are actually changing the world right now. Number 7 on the list is 11 Labs. So 11 Labs is a realistic AI voice. 11 Labs is that tool that helps you to create a very natural sounding human voice. It is used for dubbing movies into different languages. It's also used to create audiobooks. It's also used for voiceover for content. You're watching a video on TikTok and you see that there's a voice behind it just telling you what is describing what the content is. 11 Labs is what is being used. You have a speech, you write a speech down on a prompt, and you give it to 11 Labs to say it in a female voice so it can sound more appealing to the female gender, or say it in a male voice so it can appealing to people who want to listen in that particular tone. 11 Labs is what you use to do that. So what makes it powerful is how realistic this voice sound, almost indistinguishable from what humans sound like. When you hear the voice, you rarely know that it's an artificial intelligence voice you're hearing. You just think this is
human just talking to you. That is why 11 Labs is among the top 10 on my list. I'm going to tell you about the next on my list, which is the 8 tech tools that is changing the world right now when it comes to tech, is Notion AI. Yes, Notion AI is a smart organization tool. I used this tool one time for a freelancing job. It helps you to organize your work and your ideas. So it can help you summarize meeting notes. It can help you to generate documents. It can help you to structure your project plans accordingly. Instead of starting from scratch, users can now build from an AI-assisted framework. Notion AI. You can search it on Google and you get to the site and you get to explore more on it. It improves the productivity for teams and individuals. I'm going to chip in one other tool right here that is not on the list. It's known as Napkin AI. Napkin AI, I use it sometimes when I want to create presentations I want to put some visuals into my presentation, my PowerPoint presentation. You know, when you write out PowerPoint, you want to put those visuals, you want to put pictures, you want to design a particular kind of picture. I use Napkin AI. Yes, Napkin AI is very easy to use. When you just put it, you can start from scratch by typing out what you want using the prompt, or you can copy the already prompted or the text from whatever PowerPoint or document you must have created it from and put it in Napkin, and Napkin will regenerate it with different AI pictures. Also, you can use those pictures, you can tweak the pictures however you want it. You can prompt on that pictures and say, no, don't use a white person here, use someone from this particular color, or no, don't use children here, use adults. No, I want a classroom to be this. It can be done using Napkin AI. See how it makes life easy? The 9th AI tool that we should be using is Perplexity AI. So Perplexity AI is an answer-based search engine. It is different from the traditional search engines. Instead of giving you links like Gemini does, Google does, it gives you direct answers with sources. So it reduces the time that you spend on clicking through multiple pages. It is becoming popular for people that are doing research and people that are doing quick fact checking. The last but not the least on my list, the 10th AI tool that is changing the world right now is Suno AI. Yes, Suno AI is an AI music creation tool. So it allows users to create full songs using AI prompts. No lie. You can prompt and describe what the genre should be, what the mood of the music should be, what the lyric style should be, and it will generate a complete music track for you under minutes. Okay, it is changing music and music production and also opening creativity to non-musicians. And so sometimes people now even use Suno AI to, when maybe you're watching TikTok, you see a particular video and you now read the comments. People now turn the comments into songs. You must have seen that. Suno AI is what they use. They just post those pictures out there and say, using these pictures or this comment section, turn it into a song, and it will sing the song so well that it will be so funny. So persons out there are using it to create content for themselves and then getting some money from that content also. So Suno AI is what they use. So you can also tell Suno AI, I've used Suno AI a lot of times. I created a particular rap song, because I'm into rap, from using Suno AI, and it gave me a beautiful rap song about Africa. I told it what I want from the song, and it was quite interesting. The song is still on my YouTube. You can go check it out, but it's quite funny. I'm trying to say that you can explore and just use these tools. So when you get a job or when you get something that requires you to go and explore and maybe learn from it, you may not need to be a music producer to go and say, okay, I know how to use these tools. Rather, by learning how to use these AI tools, it's just going to be easy for you to just transition yourself into it. So far we've explored 10 artificial intelligence tools that are already changing how the world works today. From writing and design to music and video creation, artificial intelligence is now deeply embedded in everyday life. But while this is happening today, the bigger transformation is still ahead of us. So when we return from this short break, we'll explore 10 tech trends that will dominate the next 5 years. Don't go nowhere, it's still Tech Today. Stay with us. Welcome back from the short break. I hope you enjoyed it. I'm going to talk about the part 2 of this program, where it's the top 10 trends that will be changing the world in the next 5 years. What do we expect to see in the area of tech in the next 5 years? One of them is AI will be everywhere. So in the next 5 years, I believe that AI will not be a separate tool anymore. It will be built into everything, whether it's your phone, whether it is your car, whether it's our school system or the banking system. AI will become invisible, but everywhere, all right? I am already seeing it happen in some countries right now where AI is now used in all of these sectors I just mentioned, whether it's a bank, your phone. We now have, this artificial intelligence embedded into them. Number two is next 5 years, we are expected to see cashless economy expansion. Digital platforms will continue replacing physical cash in many countries, and increasingly in Nigeria, transactions will become fully digital. Even small roadside businesses will adopt to mobile payments. It's already happening with our points of sales. Now, in every corner where you go, people want to, do business digitally. They want to say, pay into my account, pay into my, point of sale, using point of sale system rather than just give me cash. People would rather just say, okay, just put it, where's your ATM, and let us make this work. And it works very easily. It's no longer cash all the time, but it's not integrated everywhere. Maybe in the future we may not start seeing bus drivers or taxi drivers going around with their own POS machine. We don't know, but then this is what we are, expecting to happen in the future. Number three is we would expect to see smart homes becoming normal. Yes, we know smart homes, it's only restricted to some persons now in Lagos or Abuja, but we are expected to see that in the next 5 years, smart home will start automating daily tasks. Smart home, that's what they do actually. Smart home help you you can just tell your smart home to turn on the light or turn off the light, and it does it automatically. Your security system will be learning the behavior of your surroundings. Your appliances will be responding to your voice command. Smart home will not begin, when you're using smart home, it's like your home now beginning to think. You will just walk into your house and you just tell your lights to turn off, and it does turn off. When it observes that the cool room is too cold, the air conditioner will turn off by itself. By itself, automation also works in smart home, when you now see your vacuum cleaner just goes around at a particular time period. When you're not at home, it does the cleaning in the house, and it works, and it packs itself by itself. You don't need to come and operate it. You have cameras, you have security system that is checking around the neighborhood for you and giving you reports in real time on your mobile phone. That is smart home in reality. So we're looking at, in the next 5 years, we're going to be seeing smart home almost everywhere, okay? Next, we envision to see on the list is the rise of robotics. Robots will expand beyond what they're having in the factories right now. We'll see robots in healthcare, we'll see robots in delivery system, we'll see robots in agriculture. This will assist humans in physical tasks, not just the digital ones. Currently, there's a video I saw recently about in China, where we have robots and even robots and drones delivering packages to people, the end users. We now have robots in the streets, and you can interact with them, and they talk to you back, and they now do tasks for you. You can tell them to dance, and they would dance. Yeah, there was a video I saw recently, where in China, currently now, this is 2026, robots are now on the street, literally, although people are supervising them from afar, because they don't want people to, take them away and all of that. But then this is already happening, and they have cameras and all of that embedded in them, so they can see you, and when you talk to them, they now operate as you want them to do so. So we're envisioning that in the next 5 years, robots will be everywhere. So open your eyes and be expectant of that, because we always see that in movies, but now we are seeing that happening in our everyday life. Next is we have AR and VR expansion. Now, AR means augmented reality. VR means virtual reality. I'm going to pause and just explain what the two mean. Augmented reality is the difference between AR and VR for short is that for AR, you can maybe wear a Google Glass now, and you'll be able to see some things that will be, like the word said, augmented reality. They'll put some objects in your reality. You can still see your surroundings, but then you'll not be seeing things that are not actually there. So you're not cut off, you're not cut short from what is happening in real life. But for VR, virtual reality, where you wear AirPod on your ears, or mere headphone also on your ear, to cover you from what is happening in reality, and then it gives you a virtual world. Maybe you may now see that you're in a treadmill, or you see that you are in a roller coaster and there are snakes everywhere, and so on and so forth. That is virtual reality. So augmented reality happens in real life. People use it, and VR, people use it also. AR, people use it now with the Google Glass, Google Lens. You have Google Lens, and then it tells you things, you move around, and it just starts writing things out for you and telling you this is what this is, and this is what you can now, change what your reality is. That does not cut you short from what you are seeing in real life. So you see the difference? So we are envisioning that in the next 5 years, reality will transform education. In education, we are seeing we are going to have more virtual classrooms, while in gaming, we are seeing an immersive experience. We're also seeing that trainings will be, we'll have simulations for trainings for professionals. We're already seeing it now. People will be doing trainings and you just see something just pop up from a machine. Yes, that is an augmented reality there. So learning will become more and more interactive than ever. Next, we would experience in the next 5 years, what we hope to experience is cybersecurity becoming critical. My brothers, my sisters out there, my tech enthusiasts out there that are into cybersecurity, it's a good way to, enrich yourself in the future, because as more systems go online, hacking risks increases. Cybersecurity will become one of the most important global careers. That's what we're envisioning. It's not easy. Governments and companies will invest heavily in protecting their system. They want to protect their system. So if you're doing a course on cybersecurity, or you intend to do a course on cybersecurity, it is not a lost cause, so to speak. It's actually the right way to go, because this will now become the job. The demand for this job will increase exponentially in the next few years, because everything will be remote, everything will be online, everything will be more automated, and now you now need some persons to protect you from hackers, to protect you from all those things that may damage your own system. So cybersecurity, we are seeing is going to become more rampant. The job will also become more searched for, or more catered for. Another aspect that we're on that trend that we are hoping that will evolve in the next 5 years is remote work. Remote work is where persons stay in the comfort of their home or anywhere, maybe in an office or an enclosed space, and they work without actually physically being where the office or the company may be. So remote work will continue to expand. Companies will hire talent globally without physical offices. This will change how people view careers and location. Already we have remote work up and down. We have many persons working remotely from their homes at their comfort zone, and they deliver this job and they get paid in real time per hour, or as the case may be. So this, we are seeing that in the next 5 years, this will become so rampant. Yeah. Another area is the digital identity system. We are envisioning that your identity will become fully digital, whether it's your banking access, whether it's your government service, whether it's the travel documents that you now currently have. Everything will be linked to a secure digital identity system. It's already happening. We're already envisioning it, that it will happen to now become more in 5 years from now. Another area to look at, ninth area to look at from this top 10 trends that we're talking about is AI in education. We are envisioning that schools will integrate artificial intelligence into teaching. They will personalize learning path, and also have automated grading system. We'll have some virtual tutors, no longer having physical tutors around. People that will teach you virtually. And also education will become more customized to each student. That's our vision. Last but not least, we are envisioning that we'll have an hyper-personalized technology. Now, we are envisioning that in the future, 5 years from now, technology will adapt to individuals, as we already have with AI chatbots. We'll now have more personalized news feed. We already have that with TikTok, when you now have For You page, and the algorithm now works with whatever you like, and they now use that to feed you with the content you love. We are envisioning that we have adaptive applications. We're envisioning that in the next 5 years we'll have smart recommendations, and every user experience will become unique. So as we close today's edition of Tech Today, one thing is clear. We are living through the fastest technological transformation in human history. So from AI tools that are already reshaping our daily lives to future trends that will continue to redefine how we live, how we work, and how we connect. The world is evolving faster than ever before. But the real question is not what technology will become. The real question I'm going to ask you out there is, what will we become with technology? Because in the end, technology does not replace humans, it only amplifies human choices. Thank you for joining me on the program Tech today. It's always a delight having to sit here and inform you and also educate and also learn from one of the beautiful things that's happening in the world of technology. I am Lawal Momo, and join us again next week for another interesting episode of this program. Until then, I say you should always stay informed, stay curious, and stay ahead of the future. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Ojode Atwaje, Abẹ́ẹ̀dọ́pẹ́. Ayaba Atwaje, Abẹ́ẹ̀dọ́pẹ́. Adaye Atwaje, Abẹ́ẹ̀dọ́pẹ́. Ẹgbẹ̀júwà.
And sure, it's another day, another time out on Woman to Woman. Yes, where we have the privilege to talk about things related to women. And you get to find a lot of women saying in the society, yes, they have more issues as regards, when it comes to the home front and all of that. All right, today on Woman to Woman, it's with yours sincerely, Oloije Oyihokai. And we are urging all women out there to come close to their TV set, because they will definitely be, getting knowledge as far as Woman to Woman is concerned today. Now, the topic we have before you is coping with divorce and starting over. Now, a lot of persons will be of the notion, can anyone actually or ever cope with divorce? And the startup, how is it like? You know, you have the issue of you're getting married, you're happy, two shall become one, and all of a sudden you're already talking about divorce. Anyway, let's not go in properly right now. Let's introduce our guest today, and we have the person of Abigail Aho-Bayi. She is a social welfare officer. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, viewers.
Okay, now we're talking about coping with divorce and starting over. And in my own head, can anyone actually, you know, overcome the issue of, you know, we got married, to both families coming together, celebrating the union and everything, and all of a sudden, a year after, sometimes month after the celebration, you get them talking about divorce and all of that. Now, bearing in mind that I think last month we had an issue of a woman that got separated from her husband just because of rights. You know, so different things can actually result to one going to the fact that, okay, the resolve is we should go our separate ways, divorce and all of that. So we want to know, can one actually cope with divorce? But first off, so persons out there might not know the meaning of divorce, just in case. So let's get to know what is divorce, and we will from there, you know, move over to how one can actually cope with divorce, the things that, you know, one see as a green light or a red light rather, that makes one to say, okay, I can't cope any longer, let's go for divorce. So first of all, what is divorce?
All right, thank you so much for that question. Now, when you look at the term divorce, in simple terms, it means the legal dissolution of a marriage. Whether that marriage was conducted under customary laws or according to the act. So it means the dissolution of a marriage. You know, some people might also term it, okay, we are no longer together. So maybe in a situation of, let's say, the man and the woman, they were married traditionally, and at the end of the day, maybe one of them said they are no longer interested in the marriage, and the bride price was returned. So traditionally, that means that marriage has been, because when bride price is returned, it signifies the dissolution of the marriage. So in simple terms, divorce means the legal or traditional dissolution of a marriage. Now, to your second question, if people can actually cope and what are some of the red lights? Was that what you said? People, like the red lights you can, that will show that, okay, this marriage is beyond repair or is beyond reconciliation, like there is no way forward. Now, firstly, I would like to say this, that divorce, like every other life challenges, is something that people can cope with, because there is nothing new in life. There is nothing that is happening today that has not happened, you know. Divorce is considered, is often considered one of life's most challenging transition in life, you know. It's like a transition. Let's say, for example, you were once single, then you got married, and like you said during the introduction of this topic, people go into marriage with this expectation, with a lot of expectation. And in fact, I don't think, especially in this part of the world, I don't think most people go into marriage with the end goal of divorce. In fact, maybe at the inception, like even when they are getting married, they may have this feeling like there may be some kind of red flags, like there are some things they are seeing in the other person that they know they might not be able to cope with. But most people have this belief that once I'm there, once I'm there, everything will become better. They just have this belief that things will get better along the line. So most people don't go into marriage with that notion that, oh, one day I will end up as a divorced woman or a divorced man. Most people don't go into marriage with that mindset, especially in this part of the world. So people can actually cope with divorce, but it's a process. It's a process. It's just like when you lose your job, but I think divorce is more, I think it's more traumatic than that. The loss of, let's say, a loved one, So if people can actually cope with that, then people can also cope with divorce. Then what was the second question?
Yes, the
okay,
red flag.
Okay, I would say that in marriage, is not everything. It's not every little thing, like the example you gave, the couple, it was even on their wedding day started because of rice.
Yes.
And sometimes little things can even lead to divorce, but I don't think it's every issue that should trigger divorce in a marriage. There are things that are too kind of trivial that can be settled among the couple. They can settle them, but when we actually talk about red flags that people should kind of put into consideration is when there is abuse in the marriage. Most times when there is abuse in a marriage, and when we talk about abuse, it is not limited to physical abuse. Abuse can come in different forms. It can be physical abuse, it can be emotional abuse, which is even as dangerous as physical abuse. Now, when we talk about abuse, most people just imagine physical abuse and
the fist fight and all of that.
The violence, domestic violence. And one thing about emotional abuse is that it takes a toll on you. Like, you will lose your self-esteem. It can even affect the way you parent your children. It can even affect the way your relationship with others. You begin to develop low self-esteem. So emotional abuse is as bad as physical abuse. Then it can also be financial abuse. It can also even be in the form of sexual abuse in marriage. Yes, it can happen. There are things that are happening in the society, and sometimes you'll be shocked, you'll be amazed, like, oh, can a woman, someone you are married, or do something like this to you? Or can your spouse that you are legally married, that you have agreed to do life with forever, do something like this to you? So I think when it comes to the area of abuse, there are so many factors that can lead to divorce. Why most social scientists will tell you it has to do with financial issues, but I will say that the number one reason, or there is no universal or a generally agreed reason or factor that usually leads to divorce. But I would say one is when there is breakdown in communication. Like that couple, there was kind of a breakdown in communication. When couples can no longer sit down to agree on things respectfully or in a cordial way, it kind of hastens the conflict in the marriage, because sometimes issues will definitely come in marriage. It is normal. It's normal. In marriage, by the time that the man and the woman, they are not able to sit down and communicate, it kind of bring out other issues that are already underlying issues in the marriage, maybe like financial strain, infidelity, or unmet expectations. But even at times when they are having conflicts, they are able to sit down as husband and wife and discuss it accordingly. Communication is the life wire of every relationship, but I believe when there is communication, they will be able to resolve issues. But when there is a breakdown in communication, most often than not, sometimes divorce will become inevitable.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Mrs. Abigail. So let's delve into coping with divorce. So as a woman, how would you, encourage women that are in the process of divorce, especially when they have children? Yes. As parents, they will have to sit their children down to start explaining and all of that. But before you get into how the mother can actually sit the child down to tell the child, oh, this is what the phase we are going through and all of that. But first off, your advice to to women, how can they cope with this divorce? We see a whole lot of them, they never saw it coming, but because of the emotional abuse, the physical abuse, something that they cannot tolerate any longer, friends, relatives come around to say, oh, manage because of the children. But still they are saying to themselves, this man is doing this man is doing that, I can't cope with this any longer, divorce is the only solution. Now, after the divorce has been done, what should the woman do in order for her to be able to stand on her 2 feet and tell herself, this next phase is something I can actually do, and come out of the emotional pressure that came out of the divorce? So what are the steps a woman can take?
Okay, to answer your question, firstly, I would like to say this, like the trauma, the pain, the emotional pain that comes with divorce or separation is not something that only the woman feels. It goes both ways. In fact, I think we don't really talk about the effects of divorce. We don't talk about it much on the aspect of men. I don't know, maybe it's because most times women are more expressive than men. You know, in our society, there is this kind of burden on men to keep things to themselves. But in my field of work, men also feel it just the same way women feel it.
Okay.
So,
yes, men. We know men also feel this pain also, but in the regards that it's the man's fault.
Okay.
What will a woman do?
Okay.
That is the question I'm posing before you.
Okay.
It is woman to woman. So we want you to advise a woman out there that, you know, went into a relationship with a man and this is not the man she fell in love with.
Okay.
All of a sudden the man has battered her, you know, done different things, and she has gone for counseling and all of that, and there is still no resolve. So what should the woman do after this divorce has been done with? Now the emotions, the you know, this man that she saw as the love of her life, as someone that she's going to do life with, as someone that has turned out to become a lion, so we want to know, what should this person do in order for her to come out of her shell, you know, and gain her self-worth again.
Okay, you know, there is no specific timeline for a woman going through divorce to heal or come out of the emotional pain. But healing is a process. Coping with the after effects is a process. So first off, I would like to advise any woman going through that phase to, first of all, accept the reality of the divorce. You need to accept that, okay, this is the stage that we are in. And most times before a couple end up dissolving their marriage, I think they would have exhausted every other option. Maybe they have met with their religious leaders, they have gone for legal advice, couples counseling, and this is the final stage, and it is like, it is what it is inevitable. So I will first of all advise that woman to accept the reality of the divorce. Then it is perfectly okay for her to feel sad or even cry, feel disappointed, or even at times she might even feel relieved. Yes, there are times, because emotions is not something that you have control over, so she might actually feel relieved. So she should allow herself to go through the emotions. It's part of the healing process. Trying to suppress your emotions or trying to pretend that, oh, it didn't happen, or I want to keep up appearances, I want to show to people that, okay, I don't feel what is happening to me, or I'm not sad, or I'm not traumatized. It doesn't help. So the woman should acknowledge her feelings, she should acknowledge her emotions. Then secondly, I would advise such a woman to kind of forgive herself. You know, there are so many emotions that come with being divorced. Sometimes, while some women may blame the man, like the man is at fault, you know, grieving comes in different stages. If you have ever lost somebody, there are times you're like, oh, why did this person do this thing that led to, you understand? At times it's like, okay, it's my fault, it's because of something I did. You know, there are times you might begin to feel like it's her fault. Maybe there is something she would have done differently. So she needs to forgive herself. She needs to forgive herself. Then she needs to also kind of rediscover herself. And there are several ways you can rediscover yourself as a woman. You can learn some courses, you can begin to read books, you can learn new skills. In fact, pick up a new hobby, or an hobby you used to have that you abandoned. You know, sometimes, most especially we women, sometimes when we get married, we tend to kind of lose ourselves. Not all women. There are some women that, but it's more common among females. They put their career on hold, their business on hold, because they want to take care, concentrate on their own. They want to take care of the children. So The divorce, after the divorce, is now also a time for you to rediscover yourself, things you love to do. Maybe you were once excelling in your career. Maybe it's time to kind of dust up your credentials and maybe go back to the workplace. That can also help you to remove your mind from the pain that you are feeling.
So in a nutshell, you're saying it's important for the woman to get herself busy.
Yes, it's very important. You know, though sometimes some people will feel like, okay, why was the woman not doing all this in the marriage? So that's the reason why I said sometimes in marriage, because you have so many things going on. In fact, abuse can even make some women lose themselves.
Okay, you know what, Abigail, I will pause you there. Let's go on a quick short break. Remember, we're all talking about coping with divorce. Don't go nowhere. All right, welcome back. If you just joined us, this is Woman to Woman. Yes, women out there, we all here just because you are there. All right, so we have been talking about coping with divorce and starting over. It's just like a new phase, you know?
Yes.
It's like someone that has actually, you know, transited from primary, you're entering into secondary, because this is something that you have done before. And to some women, they have actually, you know, gone through that line, but some others, they haven't. So Mrs. Abigail has been talking about how you can actually cope with divorce, but I don't think, is this something we can actually cope with? Is this something that in a long run you can forget you ever was in a relationship with that particular man?
Why not? Yes.
Okay.
In the long run, sometimes even when you find love again, you know, sometimes, so it's easy. Not that easy, not that easy, but I think along the line, you know, there are some times
you just find joy,
yes,
you just find a way to, you know, relieve yourself of that experience.
Sometimes when you experience a traumatic event, you might think, oh, this is the end of my life. I will never regain myself. But sometimes over the years, sometimes you begin to ask yourself, was I the one that was crying over that thing at that time? You understand? So most times I think time sometimes help us to heal over the time.
Okay. All right, so for parents, women that, you know, in the marriage, they have children, so how can they actually, you know, sit their children down and explain this part of their life to the children, especially when the children has come of age?
When they've come of age, I think it's far easier when they're of age. All right. Okay. One thing I would like to say is that the fact that a marriage has ended in divorce, it doesn't mean that both parents will not have continuous relationship.
Some don't. Some
yes,
don't.
Yes,
yeah.
I know that. But it's very important because the children are not the reason for the divorce. They are not, even if, you know, sometimes, because we need to, I'm also a teens coach, so we need to put into consideration the feelings of the children. Some children, especially those that are more matured, like you said, at times they may feel, okay, maybe there is something I am doing that's resulted to my parents separating. Maybe especially if that child is one that is kind of problematic or has been giving the parents issues, they might think, okay, maybe I'm the cause or I'm the source of, I'm the kind of foundation of the issues that my parents are having. So I think it falls on both parents to give the children a proper understanding of what is happening. Firstly, I will say that it is very important for parents to be honest with their children. You know, honesty should be your watchword as a parent. I don't believe in hiding things from children, but because you want to be honest about the true reality of things, it doesn't mean that you should go into every detail.
In depth.
Yes, you don't need to go in depth. Then you also need to put into consideration the age of the child. So like you said, for children who are older, but I think children who are older, let's say from 11, 12, they might be more understanding compared to younger children. How do you explain to a toddler that mommy and daddy are no longer together. In fact, I don't really, most of them will not even understand. In fact, I think they will even feel it more than the older children, because by the time you have teenagers, sometimes that teenage stage is a transition period. They are just like mini adults. Some of them like there's no big deal. They may even have friends in their class that have experienced something like that, so it may not be too difficult for them. But for younger children, they may feel it. So I will encourage parents, any woman that is going through maybe a separation or a divorce and they have to move away from the home, or the parents are not living apart, they need to explain it to the children in a way that they will understand, in a kind of an age-appropriate way. But in the process, that doesn't mean you begin to demonize your spouse or your ex to them, because it can lead to confusion. It can kind of bring about instability in the family dynamics.
Okay. All right. So quickly now, before we go, let's we haven't talked about co-parenting, because in all of this, we the children, how can the mother, the father come together to do their different duties? You hear the father say, no, you're not taking my children. The mother says, no, I will take my children. So, and this results to them going to court for custody and all of that. So how can how can co-parenting come in and they still having the love of the father and the love of the mother?
All right, like I said earlier, the fact that a marriage has ended, it doesn't mean the relationship with the children should also end, because the children need that bond with both parents. There's a kind of love or kind of relationship a child will have with the mother is not the same with what the child will have with the father. So both of them are different but still important. So the children need that relationship. They need to build relationship with both parents. And because the man and the woman are no longer living together under the same roof, it doesn't mean that the children should be alienated from either of the parents. So that's where co-parenting come in, peaceful co-parenting. Now, some of the things that the parents should do is, okay, after letting the children understand that this is the new reality of things, there are times you have to spend time with mommy, there are times you need to spend time with daddy. So I think, first off, what the parents need to do is that they need to try and communicate in a kind of a respectful and polite way. Because there are times whereby you want to give certain information to your child, or there are times you'll be on the phone with your ex-partner, and there are some things you want to say that might even lead to arguments. Such things, you don't need to do it in the presence of the children. Depends on who is the primary custodian. If the mother is the primary, maybe they've gone to court and the court has awarded custody to the mother. Most times, women usually wins custody of the children, especially if they are minors, if they are little. So if the woman is the primary custodian, the woman should make sure she keeps up with the agreed visitation access. She shouldn't deny the other parents or her ex-husband access, except there is a kind of a case of abuse. Let's say the father of the children is physically or verbally abusive, or there is evidence to show that if the children are in contact with this man, it will be detrimental to their well-being. So that needs to also be agreed upon in court. It's not something she needs to decide. If she has her own reservation that I don't want these children to be in contact with this man, she also has to state that maybe during the divorce process. So that will be also looked into. Then I think, but in the case of them co-parenting, they have no issues. The woman should try to ensure that she encouraged the children to have a kind of a healthy relationship with their father. She should stop. She shouldn't be saying negative things. Your father is a monster, irrespective of what he has done. Because sometimes there are some people will tell you that they have their reservations concerning such statement, that there are some men that don't make good husbands, but they make good fathers. So sometimes I think in every statement there is a kind of atom of truth in it. So it's possible that the man might not have been a good husband to her, but he's also, he might be a loving father. So she should encourage the children to have a healthy relationship. Then there was something you mentioned. There also need to be consistency in terms of their parenting style, in terms of discipline, method of discipline, their routine, or in terms of their education or their health care. So what I mean is that when the woman is saying A, the man should not be saying Z. You understand? So if, for instance, you've agreed that this is the school, yes, they should be in unison. For instance, I have seen situations whereby because the man and the woman are divorced, I will say, I'm sorry to say, some people might not take this, but I think it's more common with men, or most times the parents with visitation rights. They want, or especially if they want the court to award custody of the children to them, you see them, they become more permissive. They no longer set boundaries. Discipline, they will just remove discipline. Maybe they, when the child comes to visit them, they will allow the child to play games, watch movies way beyond their bedtime. They will give them things, you understand, over spoil them, overindulge the children. So there should be consistency in the parenting style, in their values, in terms of the education. Okay, this is the school they are attending. Why do you want to change their school for no reason? You understand? So there should be consistency, because when there's no consistency, it kind of affects the children emotionally. It brings about instability.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Mrs. Abigail Agobayi, for, you know, taking out your time today to make sure that we know more on the topic as explained. Yes, co-parenting, coping with divorce and starting over. It's very essential for us to know that, yes, this is not something that we just, you know, dust our books and we just go start reading, but it's something that we need to, you know, understand the magnitude of divorce and how we can start over as women. Thank you so much, Mrs. Abigail. I hope when we call on you next time, you will do well to be here with us again. Yes, all right, and we'll be seen again next week for another exciting time on Woman to Woman. Do have yourself a blessed day. Bye for now.
TV, certainly the best.
Everyone, welcome. This is Business 360 right here on Independent Television. I am Nuluwa Moore Stephen. So much to talk about today on the show, from poverty reforms to we getting feelers about President Tinubu signaling plans to sell shares on NGX and NPC listing, to the military new pay scale. All of this and more would highlight or talk about today on the show. Now, we'll quickly begin with the headlines. NRS chairman says poverty would have doubled without Tinubu's reforms. NNPC listing, Tinubu signals plan to sell shares on NGX. 187,200 naira to 3.25 million naira, military's new pay scale. Now we'll quickly get into the details and kickstart with Information coming out from the NRS chairman, that the Nigerian Revenue Service chairman, it says that the chairman of the Nigerian Revenue Service, Zach Adedeji, has argued that Nigeria's poverty situation would have been significantly worse if President Bola Tinubu's economic reforms had not been implemented. Now, saying the number of people falling into poverty could have doubled without the government intervention. Adedeji made the remarks during an interview on a sister station on Sunday night, where he spoke strongly about this. Now, during the interview, Adedeji defended the president's economic policies, saying that they had delivered measurable progress and strengthened government revenue. It said the NRS had generated almost as much revenue in the first half of this year, 2026, as it collected in the whole of 2025. Now, putting the agency on track to exceed 40 trillion naira in revenue this year. Now, what really does this mean, and what is Adedeji actually talking about? So, responding to IMF estimates that Nigeria's poverty rate had risen to 63% under the national poverty line, and that about 27 million Nigerians were projected to face food insecurity in the fall of 2025, Adedeji pushed back against this particular suggestion that more Nigerians had become poor under Tinubu. Now, he argued that the situation would have been considerably worse without the administration's reforms. The NRS chairman maintained that the government's economic reforms should be assessed against the conditions it inherited, rather than current hardship alone. So it was earlier reported from Nairametrics that Nigeria's tax revenue rose sharply in the first 5 months of this year, 2026, meaning from January 2026 up until May 2026, the revenue generated from tax here in Nigeria skyrocketed, now significantly outperforming government projections as tax reforms and higher collections from key sectors, including petroleum and mining, boosting revenue performance. Adedeji argued that the increase in government revenue had also translated into benefit for Nigerian citizens, citing improved state government finances and student loan program, expanded credit access for civil servants, and the strong performance of the Nigerian stock market. He said the state government were no longer dependent on the federal government for salary support, while more than 1 million students had received education loans. He also pointed that the introduction of credit scores for civil servants and the rise in market capitalization from about 30 trillion naira to 150 trillion naira as evident that the reforms had created wealth and expanded economic opportunities. Now let's get into speed on this interesting debate. So the debate follows recent IMF assessment of Nigeria's economy. Now in June, the IMF said that although Nigeria's economic reforms had improved macroeconomic stability and strengthened the country's resilience, food insecurity had worsened, okay, and he also did state that poverty had worsened due to all of this, with 27 million Nigerians fallen into poverty in the fall of 2027. Now, that really is a lot. It really is a lot. The fund also did say that reforms had produced better fiscal and external sector outcomes, but many Nigerians continued to face severe cost of living pressures. It warned that higher global prices for fuel, food, and fertilizer could improve government revenues, while also increasing inflationary pressures and hardship for vulnerable households. Now, let's get back to the side of the federal government. Of course, definitely the federal government would respond, and the federal government responded by saying its priority was to ensure that recent macroeconomic gains translated into tangible improvement in the welfare of ordinary Nigerians. The IMF later reiterated concerns that Nigeria's social protection system remained insufficient to, adequately cushion vulnerable households from the impact of ongoing economic reforms right here in Nigeria. Now, you watching at this point, especially as a Nigerian, what you should know regarding this is the fact that Nigeria's tax reforms, which took effect this year, precisely January 2026, have significantly increased government revenue. Okay, so government revenue collected, or revenue rather, collected by the Nigeria Revenue Service between January and May 2025 rose to about 15.8 trillion naira, compared with 10.6 trillion naira during the same period of 2025. So even without revenue from newly introduced taxes, collections still increased by about 15%, exceeding the government's baseline growth target. The NRS has said that the reforms have positioned the agency to generate more than 40 trillion naira in taxes and royalties in 2026, that's this year, right? And a substantial increase from 28.23 trillion naira collected in 2025. So for a lot of Nigerians, all of this amazing, wonderful reforms, so beautiful and sweet to hear and see, the big question really is, how is it translating to the average Nigerian's everyday life? So we know we're making progress with the macroeconomic sector. What about the other part of the economy? That's one major question. And a lot of the time, we're seeing the president come out to defend his reforms. And of course, it's no news, or it's really no news to a lot of Nigerians that the NRS chairman, Adedeji, is also telling the same line with the president. 27 million Nigerians projected to fall into poverty in 2027, 2027. Now you do the math. But away from that, let's move over and talk about something else. So let's talk about the NNPC listing, with our president involved in this, signaling plans or giving signals, right, to sell shares on NGX. Okay, so the President Bola Tinubu has hinted that his administration's economic reform would eventually include the listing of the shares of the NNPC Limited on the Nigerian Stock Exchange, that's the NGX, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, on the Nigerian Stock Exchange. Now, of course, this was made known by the president when he received the board and management of the Nigerian Exchange Group at the State House in Abuja on August 6, 2026, on Thursday precisely. President Tinubu said the NNPC will be reformed and listed in the capital market, okay, and also enabling it to become a publicly traded company, allowing Nigerians and other investors to buy and own shares through the Nigerian Stock Exchange. He reinforced his administration's commitment to leveraging the capital markets to mobilize investment, broaden public ownership, and accelerate national economic development. Now, what really is our president saying, and what does this mean with NNPC listing being part of shares to be sold? Now, so basically, our president, Tinubu, also referred to another state-owned oil company, right, still on this particular same story, Aramco, which is publicly quoted and owned by Saudi Arabian government. It says, and I quote, that the expression is for all of us, and I could look back and look at Aramco and others and see how the oil producing company of Saudi Arabia was the life of a publicly quoted company. Now, we can refine and do an NPC reform to that extent that one day the totality of it, not just the arms and legs, the totality of it would be listed there. Okay, so now speaking at the same occasion, the Ministry of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Taiwo Oyedele, said that the stock markets had experienced significant growth over the past few years, especially in the last 3 years as a result of the reforms in the economy, so much so that the capital markets in Nigeria is the best performing in the world. Now, the capital markets is one of the fastest ways to create wealth for millions of Nigerians, but is that really the case? I don't know. Well, I feel like you can do the math and give yourself the right desired answer to that question. Now, more insight on this would be that in July 2025, the Group Chief Executive Officer of the NNPC, Bayo Ojulari, declared that the company is now on track It has a roadmap to be listed on the stock exchange by 2028 as part of its strategic transformation into a commercially viable, globally competitive energy company. It says, and I quote, that as I mentioned earlier, we have a roadmap to be listed by 2028, Ojuari announced to the audience, comprising global energy leaders, OPEC ministers, oil company executives, international investors, and key stakeholders in the oil and gas industry. Now, the Nigerian Exchange Group, led by the chairman, Dr. Umaru, and the group managing director, Chief Executive Officer Temi Popola, briefed the president on the rebound of the market from 30 trillion naira in 2023 to 160 trillion naira today. So President Tinubu commended the economic management team made up of the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Taiwo Oyedele, and the Minister of Budget and National Planning, Atiku Bagudu. The Central Bank of Nigeria was also not left out, Yemi Cardoso, and the chairman of the National Revenue Service, Dr. Zak Adedeji, for their foresight, dedication, and diligence. Now, more insight on what you should know is the fact that in March 2025, the NNPC had hinted that it was in the final stages of listing on the capital markets as it prepares for an initial public offering in line with the Petroleum Industry Act, that's the PIA, in 2021. Olubenga Oluwaniyi, the company's chief finance and investor relations officer, revealed that NNPC Limited has commenced an IPO beauty parade, a strategic engagement with prospective partners to ensure compliance with capital market regulations ahead of its planned listing. Now, let's take a look at that moment. I just have a few insights and listen to the president verbatim, where he actually received a delegation regarding this and everything that he said right there in Abuja on Thursday last week.
To look back and look at Aramco and others and see how the oil producing of Saudi Arabia the life of a publicly quoted company. We can refine and do NNPC, reform to the extent that one day the totality of it, not just the arms and legs, the totality of it will be listed on there. I thank you all to all the revenue service and many other people in the team for what we are doing. My own is assure you that I won't stop reading, I won't stop thinking, I won't stop supporting you.
Okay, so there you have it, the President of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, doing his thing right there. Well, for a lot of Nigerians, the economy and investors and also financial experts, we're looking forward to the outcome of this, and we'll see how it eventually unfolds in the coming months and also in the coming years. Anyway, if you're just joining, you're on to Business 360 right here on Independent Television with me, Anuluwakbo Stevens. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll move over to the final part of the conversation where I'll take you through the new, interesting, beautiful pay rise for military personnel right here in Nigeria. Welcome back. Thank you so much for staying with us. Now let's quickly go through the new military's pay scale. It says from 187,200 to 3.25 million naira. The new salary structure, recently approved by President Bola Tinubu for personnel of the armed forces will raise the monthly pay of a general to 3.25 million naira and that of a private to 187,200 naira. Quite interesting, right? Now, would you want to be part of the military or the armed forces? With all of this beautiful initiative that we are going to see take effect from September 1st to 2026, I'll leave that to you. Now, well, still on the pay rise, it says, just as I said, that it's going to take effect from September 1st, 2026. It provides increases ranging from 30% to 80% across different ranks of military personnel. Now, about 250,000 personnel are expected to benefit from the new pay package, which will increase the annual salary bill for the armed forces from 660 billion naira to 924 billion naira. Now, according to a statement by the senior special advisor, the special advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Bayo Onanuga. So, under the new arrangement, officers above the rank of colonel will receive a 30% salary increase. This applies to brigadier generals, major generals, lieutenant generals, and generals. Now, personnel from colonel down to warrant officers will receive a 50% increase, while private to staff sergeants will receive an 80% increase. The defense minister, Christopher Musa, had an interview couple of months ago, I think last month precisely, on the salary of soldiers, where he said that interest in 589 naira daily. Now, I hear someone say, if we even still have that, you know, that free will to have the 3 square meal, I feel like right now people get to do 001 or 001 or 100, as the case may be, right? So anyway, back to the analysis. Now, the analysis also showed that soldiers in other African countries like South Africa, Niger, Benin Republic, earned as much as 200% to 800% higher than their counterparts here in Nigeria. So civil society organizations had queried whether the pay would be enough to support a soldier and his family in an economy where the cost of living continues to climb. Also, a former defense spokesperson, Major General John Eneche, retired, had called for an upward review of soldier salary, recommending a minimum monthly pay of 250,000 naira because the current remuneration no longer reflects the country's economic realities or the sacrifices demanded by military service. So, speaking on the latest salary review, President Bola Tinubu explained that the decision to increase the military personnel pay was aimed at recognizing the sacrifices of servicemen and women confronting banditry, terrorism, kidnapping, and the likes. He also added that his administration would continue to prioritize troop welfare while modernizing the armed forces with weapons and technological tools. Well, let's see other analysis on this interesting development. So based on the current salary scale obtained by Recruit Ultra, it's an online platform that publishes salaries of military and paramilitary forces, and the percentage increases announced by the president. It shows that the scale of the changes across ranks. Okay, so let's see what each rank will earn as new salary. Now, among non-commissioned personnel, a private whose current salary is 104,000 naira will earn about 187,200 naira under the new structure, representing an increase of 83,200 naira monthly. A lance corporal will move from 112,000 naira to 201,600 naira, gaining 89,600 naira. And a corporal will move from 115,000 naira to 207,000 naira, an increase of 92,000 naira. A sergeant, let's talk about that. A sergeant will see his or her salary rise from 125,000 naira to 225,000 naira, representing an additional 100,000 naira monthly increase. So for a staff sergeant, the salary will increase from 150,000 naira, okay, to 270,000 naira, given the rank 120,000 naira more each month. Now, what about a warrant officer? A warrant officer will move from 170,000 naira to 255,000 naira, an increase of 85,000 naira, while a master warrant officer will earn 315,000 naira, up from 210,000 naira, representing a 105,000 naira increase. An army warrant officer will move from 230,000 naira to 345,000 naira, now gaining 115,000 naira monthly. The salary gains become considerably higher in absolute terms for commissioned officer. So a second lieutenant will move from 240,000 naira to 360,000 naira, now representing an increase of 120,000 naira monthly. A lieutenant will move from 280,000 naira to 420,000 naira. A captain will move from 320,000 naira to 480,000 naira. Well, that's close to 500K if you ask me. And a major will move from 380,000 naira to 570,000 naira. A lieutenant colonel from 420,000 naira to 630,000 naira. A colonel from 580,000 naira to 870,000 naira. So as expected, the highest ranking officer will receive the highest pay under this new structure. So it's basically according to your height or your level kind of thing playing out here. Now, let's talk about a brigadier general. So a brigadier general currently in Nigeria is earning 750,000 naira, but under this new amazing salary structure, you're going to move to 975,000 naira, representing an additional 225,000 naira monthly. A major general from 1.15 million to 1.495 million naira. A lieutenant general from 1.9 million naira to 2.47 million naira, or an increase to 570,000 naira, and a general from 2.5 million naira to 3.25 million naira. Honestly, I could go on and on with all of this interesting analyses and details, but also to put it out there that it's not just only going to cover the salary structure, as there are other things in this particular pay rise that's going to be, reviewed in terms of technological tools, in terms of welfare packages, especially with uniforms and a host of others. While those are saying, yes, thumbs up, a great step in the right direction, another thing I love to say is why now? The timing, very important and key, because it's the political season, and anything that you get to do, we get to question why you're doing it now, why didn't you do it when you came on board and all of that. By the end of the day, it's quite good. While those will say that our counterparts in South Africa, in EJ, and other host countries are receiving more in terms of how much they are being paid to their military personnel. While this is great, we want more. In fact, the NLC personnel is actually clamoring for a review on the minimum wage currently in Nigeria, which is truly not reflecting the cost of living we're currently experiencing in the country. On a lighter note, someone would say that cost of living is killing, some of the living. But anyway, we'll leave it as that. Congratulations. We're looking forward to September 1st to see all of these things being implemented. Okay, that's my bit right here on the show. Thank you so much for being part of it. I am Anuoluwakpo Stevens. See you on the next episode.
ITV, certainly the best.